allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to our cozy little meeting room. Announcements. Next regular meeting is scheduled for Friday, July 19th, 2019 at 9 a.m. in the Island View Restaurant, 35468 Tea Time Circle, Sebring, Florida, 33872. Please silence or turn off your cell phones. Consent agenda. Minutes of the Board of Supervisors regular meeting held Friday, May 10th, 2019 and Friday, May 24th, 2019. Treasurer's report and golf financial April 30th, 2019.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? Chrissy?
Supervisor Stiegel?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Hotelli?
Yes.
President Branson?
Yes. Action agenda. We have our friends here from World Design Marketing who are going to do a presentation. So, the floor is yours.
We're ready. Good morning. How are you guys?
Good morning.
Thanks. I'm Wayne, and this is Susan, and we're from World Design Marketing. And as you know, we were contracted by the district to develop a marketing campaign for the community that presents our story and our message in new and exciting ways out there to the world, and also brings unity and consistency to our marketing and to our messaging that we put forward, and that we start over time to build a cumulative effect of all of our marketing efforts in order to get the greatest return on our marketing investment. We started, thank you, Susan. We started this process a few months ago, as you know, doing workshops here in the community. We talked to residents of the community. We talked to leaders of the Sebring community. We talked to leaders of the district here and some of your supervisors. And we created a document called the Creative Work Plan. It was 13 pages of narrative that explained the story of Sun and Lake as told by the people who live here and who have a stake in this community. We wrote that document up in 12 parts, and we circulated that to many of you, and that document ultimately was signed and approved as the story of Sun and Lake, if you will. That then went to our creative department at WDM, and the creative department then interpreted that story into words and pictures and marketing communications that we're here to share with you today. And that's the purpose of our presentation this morning. We're looking at the creative presentation and the creative concepts for the marketing campaign that is currently under development. Does that make sense to everybody? A couple disclaimers as we look at what we're going to see today. These are conceptual creations. They're not final art. So some of the images are still being created. Some of the pictures we still need to gather. So we're looking at, for placement only, pictures on the screen here. So let's not get too hung up on the exact images, because some of them are not real. Like the golf picture is not your golf course, I'll tell you that right now. So we're just using a representative picture. The goal today really is to update you and show you where we are in this campaign. After the creative development is completed, we'll move to the implementation phase, which will happen on time or early later this summer and in the fall to be ready for the busy season coming up to market our community. Make sense, everybody? Good. So let's go forward. Once we start this process from that work plan story of 13 pages of narrative, we boil down into a simple rationale. The creative team then pulls out the elements of the story that have the most interest, if you will, in presenting the community. So let's look at the rationale as we distilled it from the 13 pages of work plan into this statement. This is our creative rationale for the campaign you're about to see. For the residents who live and play here, Sun and Lake is the epitome of the Florida living experience. Close to all of Florida's major cities and attractions, yet far from the frenetic pace and skyrocketing costs of life on the coast, Sun and Lake is the perfect centrally located center of its residents' happy universe. And who can blame them? Welcoming, diverse, naturally gorgeous, Sun and Lake truly has something to offer everyone. Retirees in their second phase of life, young families with children starting school, and single professionals who come to find career satisfaction and advancement in the Sebring area can all call Sun and Lake home. And they do. They call out to one another, too. The people and the relationships they form here are genuine and easy. They feel lucky to share the Sun and Lake lifestyle, and it shows. Children play basketball and draw smiles from neighbors taking sunset walks and sipping from wine glasses. Families roll by on bikes and golfers steer carts with a friendly wave. They meet in the street. They meet in the clubhouse. They meet at the pool. They meet on the golf course for shotgun starts designed to encourage friendship and enhance the feeling of belonging. This is Sun and Lake, where you can find, have, and afford it all, no matter where you happen to be in your life journey. Plus, the sweetly serene quality of life for all who choose to live in Sebring, Florida. So that's kind of the beginning part of our story. Does that resonate with everybody here and seem to make sense? From there, we developed a campaign theme. The campaign theme is sort of the introduction to our community, to the outside world. The campaign theme here that we drew from that story is that Sun and Lake is the ultimate Florida playground. The one thing we heard from all the workshops and all the people that we talked to is that they just loved living here. We don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing. Sun and Lake is the ultimate Sunshine State playground with something for everyone and where every day is like a vacation day. This starts to be the heart and the essence of our community, and this is where we started to develop our message and our marketing. We're going to look at several different marketing tactics, if you will. We're going to start with print ads and look at some billboards and look at some electronic digital advertising, and ultimately give you a quick little preview of a website that we're building for all of this marketing to land. The print ads are a series of print ads, and we start with an invitation. Come out and play. This is the ultimate Florida playground, and we want people to come out and play. One of the secondary charges we heard from Cliff and the team is we'd like to increase some rounds of golf at our golf course, maybe some new members at our club, and maybe a few more revenue at the restaurant here. So we want to invite people to come out and play with us. We did a little play on words there with the and, come out and play, like Sun and Lake, which is a little play on words. And the copy there, you see us positioning us as Florida's centerpiece community. We'll talk more about that later. We think that has a really interesting positioning for the community that makes a lot of sense. But the copy reads, come out and play. At Sun and Lake, great golf is just the beginning of an affordable Florida lifestyle that serves as the foundation of our great community. With desirable building lots, preferred builders, and existing home resales, we have options for every budget and every way of life. Come see for yourself what Sun and Lake is all about. We have the logo. You can see the state of Florida there. Oh, thank you, Susan. A little bit of call to action, a phone number, and then some support images on the bottom. These are all play images. We're not just golf. We're more than golf, clearly. We have some people playing bocce ball. We show some pickleball, the beautiful swimming pool area, the recreation area of the golf of the club. And this is the first ad. In each of the ads, we try to hit on a different engagement point. Some people will be motivated by the recreation. Some will be motivated by real estate opportunities. Here we say playful living at its best with a picture of one of your new homes, a beautiful new home that is I believe, built in your community now, with some advertising for the real estate. At Sun and Lake, a variety of desirable building lots, preferred builders, and existing resales are available for every budget and way of life. Playful living is just the beginning of an affordable Florida lifestyle that serves as the foundation of our great community. Come see for yourself what Sun and Lake is all about, and that's the pictures on the bottom talk more about playful living here with the restaurant, sunset on Lake Jackson, and a beautiful picture of family in the pool. One of the things we heard also was about the demographic of the community, and we wanted to tilt our marketing a little more toward the people that we're seeing moving here, which are people that are in retirement, pre-retirement, and that age category. So we developed an ad here with a couple that is our target audience for much of our advertising, and it says, "Hello, sunshine." And clearly this is what everyone dreams of in their retirement years. They're having a great time living the life. And we talk a little bit in this ad about the friendly neighbors that are just the beginning of an affordable Florida lifestyle in the copy. So we're talking about real estate, come out and play, friendly neighbors. We're starting to bring the story to life. And here we talk a little bit about access to quality health care, which obviously is very important to this category and this demographic. A nurse there ready to serve you, aerobics in the pool, driving on the golf cart in the community, all things that appeal to this audience. Home of the Florida Good Life was a line we liked a lot, and these people are enjoying the Florida Good Life, and we're talking about retirement living here as well. Copy is the same. These are just variations on the theme of these ads. Some days are simply meant for playing. Families are a part of our story still, and we don't believe that we should just take them out of the story, and this is a family enjoying some play time. And we talk about the friendly neighbors again here, resort-style living for every budget, pictures of Independence and our workout facility. And then children. The schools, we met your principal, we met some people from the schools, and clearly that's an important part of your community, and there may be a place for this ad in our strategy where life is a game we were born to play with children enjoying the school here. And at Sun and Lake, our great families, young and old, are just the beginning of an affordable Florida lifestyle. So those are all the components of the story as they start to come to life in words and pictures. This is a series of print ads, and Susan and her team back at our office will determine with Ariel and Tanya and Cliff how these ads get dispersed and distributed, and once we get the strategy together. Billboards would likely be a part of what we do, depending on budget and depending on the strategic objectives. How far we go with those is up for conversation, but at least in the immediate feeder area of Central Florida, we would anticipate some type of message out there that invites people to visit our website, livesunandlake.com. Come out and play. Sun and Lake, Florida's centerpiece community in Sebring, Florida. That's what a billboard might look like that focuses on golf. Might put some real estate pictures out there, home of the Florida Good Life, livesunandlake.com, driving everybody to the website. Billboards are not generally a direct response medium. We don't get a lot of immediate response, but it just gets our name out there and it gets our brand in front of people. And maybe a little message for the restaurant, lunch with a view, Sun and Lake. And when you go to sunandlake.com, I'll show you in a minute, there's a place to make a reservation at the restaurant. Digital ads will likely be the predominant delivery system of this message. We can target digital advertising to mobile devices, people's computers, their phones, their iPads, very specifically, and talk to the audiences we want to talk to. So we're developing a series of digital ads that can be delivered and pulsed with great dexterity. We can dial these up, dial these down, and we can really maximize the return on our marketing by how we deliver these digital messages. We might deliver some messages for the restaurant that might appear on some local people's computers at strategic times when we want to reserve more tables at the restaurant. We might do a golf message out there in digital advertising. Come out and play. Click for tea times. That might take us right to the public tea time portal, for example. We might do playful living at its best and show some real estate listings and click people to our real estate page and link them to builders and to lot sales and to resales on the website. We might do some lifestyle stuff like Home of the Florida Good Life with this image. Education might be a part of our mix, appealing to families and talking about the wonderful schools that we have here. And some days are simply meant for playing. What we start to see when we deploy these digital ads, these are some samples. We probably have maybe 3 times this many when we start. we start to see engagement on these ads, and you start to see what's getting the response. That home of the Florida Good Life message in the bottom may just really hit a note with people, and we may get incredible clicks and interaction with that ad. Or it might be the home in the upper right. We feel it'll be something in this place, but as we watch and deploy the digital ads, we can then adjust, dial up, drop them off if they're not getting the clicks. Great education may get us nothing, or it may get us tremendous response. We'll see that very quickly in the digital space. Pole banners. Once people get to the community, we notice your pole banners are refreshed and look great. The pretty flowers are up there now, but we kind of just played this out as what maybe a pole banner might look like in the future if you decide to refresh them again and carry sort of the campaign theme through. This come out and play thing we think is kind of fun. I mean, when people are driving down the street, we're inviting them to come out and play. Come play pickleball, come play golf, come swim in the pool, and remind us why we all live here. Realtors are an important part of our strategy here. It's important that we engage the real estate community in our message to help continue to bring people to our community and show them the resales that we have here. This is how the campaign would play out in a brochure that we might use for the realtor community. This clearly could be something we distribute to people that respond on our website for more information. It could be something we distribute here around the community locally. This could be a real workhorse piece to put the story forward in a beautiful way that carries the campaign through to a response device that people then can read more at their own time and their own leisure. This is a beautiful design that puts forward the Sun and Lake story in beautiful images and emotive words. And our goal here always is to just get people to feel a certain way about this community. We want them to be engaged and come and find out more for themselves. Now we just played up some swag stuff, or they were just playing. I know you have a lot of this stuff already, but that's how the logo might play out. I want to talk a little bit about that logo, because one of the things we were asked was about the logo. And we did some concepts that were complete redesigns of the logo, which we liked parts of, we didn't like parts of, but we felt at the time that it was just a little too much to bite off at this moment. When we look at the logo on the left, that was what we were asked to kind of take a look at critically. And there's just a couple things about it that we noticed, and they were really questions from your community and your leaders that we were asking. But we felt it wasn't ready for a complete overhaul, so we did some minor tweaks and adjustments. One of the things with the logo on the left is the style of the font. It's very formal, and it's also somewhat dated. The serifs on it are very sharp and pointy, and what we found out was this community is the opposite of sharp and pointy. This community is open, fun, and friendly, and we wanted to tweak it a little to remove some of that sharpness and some of the datedness of that logo and update it a little bit. So we literally, that's not a font on the right, we literally traced the outline of the current existing letters so that sort of subconsciously, people might not even notice that it's a different logo. But when you look at it in the ads, it really makes a huge, huge difference. It looks modern, it looks friendly, it looks fresh, it looks now, it's much more current. We modified the golf ball a little bit, if you notice, to sort of diminish the dimples on the top that were reversed out in that brighter yellow, but we kept them there. As we heard some of the stories about the development of this logo, at one point we heard that it might have been blue on the bottom there, and we thought that was really a nice way to put the lake element in there, and it just gives it some life, and it gives it some vibrancy and friendliness. The tone words we heard in our workshops were vibrant. These are to describe our community: vibrant, friendly, affordable, welcoming, efficient, and we felt that this logo portrays those tone words in a little more accurate way. So that's a proposal on the logo. Florida's centerpiece community is also a very important element of this logo, and we felt that there is really an opportunity here through this marketing to amplify the location message for this community as a real positive. Being in the center, there's some issues with people that want to live on the coasts, but when you live at Sun and Lake, access to everything is right at our doorstep. We can be to the theme parks in Orlando in just a short drive. We can be to the beaches on the East Coast, beaches on the West Coast. We can even be to Fort Lauderdale in a short while. And that really can be played as a strategic advantage to people, especially when you start talking about the cost and the affordability and the quality of life in Sebring. So owning this positioning, I think, is really smart for this community. Really, nobody out there is saying this, and I think we can really up our game a little by calling ourselves Florida's centerpiece community. And I think it's a smart move, and we really can own that. So that's kind of a recommendation on our positioning statement. That is kind of the position we're claiming in the market as Florida's centerpiece community. So if you're looking for real estate in Florida, and I imagine some of these ads are going to go to our Canadian friends and some of these ads are going to go to feeder markets, we're positioning ourselves as Florida's centerpiece. And I think that's a real positive and strong message that will attract at least some attention and some interest from people that are curious about what this means, Florida's centerpiece community. Does that make sense to everybody? We developed a website as part of all this. One of the things we noticed in the early stages here is your website for your community is very practical. There's a lot of practical stuff that goes on there about assessments and taxes and rules and regulations and fees. And we felt that there was a step needed in between for people that don't really know us yet, that are just trying to find out more information and learn about our community, where we could put forward a little more emotion and just a little more of the story as you saw the ads play out. The comparison I think I would make is if you go to the City of Orlando website, for example, you're going to see a lot of meeting minutes and notes and rules and updates and regulations. But if you're really planning to come to visit Orlando, that's probably not the place you want to send people. You want to send them to the Visit Orlando site, which has pictures of fireworks and castles and princesses and all that fun stuff. So I think that's kind of the analogy here, is let's put a step in between the practical, pragmatic community website, and let's put a happy, visit Sun and Lake type look. So let me switch the screen quick, because the site is actually, we already have it built. Let me kind of switch it up here. And let me take a look at this guy down here. Suze, how can I size this? I think the display is kind of a little wonky here. Let's see. It's actually displaying different than it's on the screen here. So from all of our advertising, the digital ads and the marketing that you see, this would be the place that people would land prior to getting to the regular Sun and Lake website. And, there we go. And kind of drag the bottom down a little maybe to see the full. Yeah, you get to see kind of the full deal there. So if somebody's up there in Toronto and they see one of our ads and click on it, this is the place they would come to. This website is not completed. I just have to say that really clearly. Don't get hung up on some of the details here. But the structure's built. The pages are all programmed. It's ready to launch right now. We're just working on filling the content. There's a lot of pages on here, and there's a lot of information. We're kind of just working with Tanya and with Ariel to get the proper pictures and the words. So when you land on this page, you would scroll down. You would scroll down here, and we start to talk about Florida Centerpiece Community. And a little message there. Again, don't read the words because we're still working on the words. These were some of the attributes that came out in our workshops and sort of are the pillars of our community, I call them. The ultimate Florida playground, which we talked about as our campaign theme. A warm, welcoming community of friendly people, we will talk about in that section. And then the affordability of the Florida lifestyle that Sun and Lake offers. And these things will link people through to the website. Here we have right on the homepage a quick reserve a public tea time link, reserve a table at the restaurant link, and view real estate quick link to real estate listings or real estate page that we would build. And then down here we have a beautiful photo gallery that people can click through. So an inquiry form is on every single page where people can click and inquire about more information, give us our name and number, and that will be sent to wherever you tell us to send it to, Ariel, that we can follow up with people, maybe send them one of those beautiful brochures and get them connected to a builder or a realtor or to buy a lot. Once you click on these pages, like here's the navigation, the About page has a little bit about our history, our location, security, services, the inquire form again, fees and facts. In a friendly way, not in a legal way, like you do on your website. Amenities here are listed: the golf club, the restaurant, racket club, and each one of these pages will come to life with information about the golf club and the restaurant and the racket club and pool and fitness. Real estate here will show, like this one just has a single page. So this might look, again, we're sketching here, so it's not done, but real estate options for every budget and lifestyle. We might talk about building a new home with one of our preferred builders and offer links to builders. I think the goal here is to get new people, right? We want to increase the number of people that are paying the annual fees to the district. We might talk about purchasing a desirable building lot at a tremendous value. We might talk about featured listings and resales, and we might put some featured homes on here that you can kind of click through and get a beautiful picture and have a nice little photo gallery of, and take a look at the home and price, and have a listing agent connection there, and promote some of our resales. So this is kind of, I don't want to go through too much of it because I don't know exactly how far it is all built out, but that's kind of what the website would look like. So the advertising, the ads, the billboards, the digital ads on all the mobile devices will all land people here. Once we have them here, we can then control the conversation a little bit and steer them and direct them to the places we want to steer them and direct them to get the result that we're looking for. So once we get them from here to you, and we get them to Ariel, and we get their name and phone number, our job is done, and they're yours, and hopefully you'll generate a lot more new residents in our community over time. So that's our presentation, and I guess I'll turn it back to you guys. Yes.
I think the website's pretty cool, but the district information, are you able to get to it on that website too, or is that going to be separate?
Do you see the upper right?
Yeah, it says district, but
Yeah, that's a link.
So in other words, what I'm looking at is going to be the home page?
Yes.
And then district information will be on the district website.
That's right. I don't know actually if that link is live, but yeah, you would just click right there, and that would take you right through to the district
And that'll get us
site.
to the district website?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I got a couple questions. Number one, what's your target audience for the electronic piece of this? Who are we going to try to distribute this to?
There are going to be multiple, we call them flights in the distribution of the digital ads. There will be multiple flights, and they will be targeted at different audiences. That will be dependent upon the goals and objectives that the team gives us for the launch of the campaign. And we will, so for example, we may have a restaurant and golf flight that we just target local restaurant and golf people with to increase visitation to the restaurant and rounds of golf at times we want people to play golf. So we may have a flight called that, and we might put a few $100s a month toward advertising that. We may have a flight that's called out of market visitors. We may target those to key cities, maybe Canadian cities, maybe northeastern feeder cities, where we know a lot of residents come from naturally here. And we'll do a flight to them, and we'll target them by age and income and information that we know about them. We'll target lifestyle, people that have a golf affinity, for example, might have club membership up north already. People that would be really desirable to us, and we'll target that flight. We'll probably have an in-market flight, and that will be, within the Central Florida area, maybe from coast to coast, north to south, from Orlando, maybe down to Sebring, and kind of blanket that area with messages about the opportunities of living at Sun and Lake. So we'll probably have 5 to 7 flights, if you will. Those flights can be dialed up and down on budget and spending based on time of year. So some of the visitor stuff may be dialed down in the summer when we know there's just not a lot of visitors here, and it may be dialed up in the busy winter season when we know there are a lot more visitors here. Some of the times when Cliff says we really could use some more traffic in the restaurant at strategic times, we could pump those ads out, all day on Monday every week, for example, and just try and get people to come to the restaurant and get our hands on the dial. So does that make sense, what we're saying? There'll be multiple target audiences. And that's the beauty of digital. And we can spend a little bit or a lot, depending on how it's firing, how it's producing, what's giving us the greatest return and the greatest interaction. If we're seeing incredible response from Toronto and our message is firing, we could put more money up there and say, hey, keep sending more ads to Toronto, man. People are coming down and they're inquiring and they're buying real estate. So, like that. We're very dynamic and flexible.
I'm kind of a simple-minded type guy.
Yes.
So am I going to be able to see a projected 1-year plan of attack from a marketing standpoint that is costed out?
Yes.
When would I expect to see that?
That is in, I believe Susan has the first draft of that. She'll present to Ariel before we leave today. It's in the early stages of development.
I understand.
Yeah.
You are going to present to us,
yes,
here's what I think you ought to do in the next year. Obviously, changes will be made,
exactly,
as you said, based on successes, failures, et cetera.
Yeah.
But you'll be able to say, hey, this package, if you do it the way we got it, it's $200,000.
Right.
And then we have the choice of obviously saying that's great or it's not great. Or
That's right. And we'll project out what we'd expect to get as a result of that spending.
That'll be the next time that we meet.
Yes.
Okay. One favor.
Sure.
You must have an idea what we're talking about. We don't have an idea what we're talking about, and we're doing budgets.
Yes.
I mean, can you give us a ballpark number that you think? Well, I'm serious. Somebody's got to lead us here.
Yes. We can talk and discuss that through Tanya and through. I don't have a
We can
ballpark
discuss it
number.
in front of
Well,
us.
see, there
I
goes
don't
there
have a
goes
ballpark
the
number.
problem,
We're the
because
ones that okay it.
you can discuss it with them, but
They have to come to you.
you know,
You're going to do
Yeah.
best to vote for it.
Well, I think early on in this process, and this is one of the unknowns that I just don't have the answer to, and I think Neil identified this when we first started, is really where is the return on this investment coming from? And we really have to, before I can say spend $200,000, really have to understand, what are you going to do with these leads we generate? Because we're going to generate some traffic. We're going to generate some inquiries. But how are you going to convert them to revenue for the district that makes financial sense to spend $200,000? That's the piece right now that I don't have. I would say on the minimum spend level, I would be looking at $75,000 on advertising media over a 12-month period. That would probably be my baseline.
Okay. I mean, we're just looking for a number that.
So, that would probably be my baseline. And I don't know that we would, there are communities that spend well north of $200,000, but the difference is generally they're like a developer who's selling like hundreds and hundreds of homes at a high
we're
profit.
affordable.
Yeah, you're affordable, right.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't, 200 would probably be beyond the cap I would budget, but if you're looking for some range in there, that 75 to 150 number, depending on what you sense is prudent for the community.
I just think we needed a number.
Okay, yeah,
that
I'm comfortable with that.
Plan out with.
And then the other thing too is, some of the stuff like for golf and for the restaurant, may end up being really fruitful. It may be good. We might want to spend some more money there on those things. But I think if you have that range in mind, somewhere in there is the right answer. 75 to 150, something like that. Yeah, you're welcome. I didn't want to talk out of school there.
And one other question. A lot of the ads that you see, particularly on billboards, reference a price range for homes.
Yeah.
Is that something you don't advocate doing, or?
Yeah. The unique part, I believe, of your community is that you really do have something for everybody, and you're not really restricted. The reason that a lot of times a price is indicated is that you want to sort of pre-qualify people. If you're selling homes that start in the $700,000 range, you want to kind of say that so that people that are not in that category are not wasting your time or responding. I don't believe that's the case here. I think this is a wide open community for almost any kind of budget. And the pricing, we did put in one of the print ads some ranges of prices, but it's not an important part of the story, I don't believe. I believe people will click and respond to those ads due to the emotion and the friendly nature of them, just to see what it's about. I think in my mind, being located in Sebring, Florida, that puts you in a price category that I think most people are aware of. We're not selling, $6 million oceanfront homes in Sebring, Florida. You're in a certain price category, so I didn't feel it was a big part of the story. Do you feel it should be, or? No, yeah, because you can buy a townhome here for a very reasonable cost, or you can buy that beautiful home in the $300,000 range. So I think there is something for everybody.
Just a question.
Yeah, sure.
I got another one.
Yes.
Let's say we fix the website, because I think digital is going to be probably the leading tool that we use as far as advertising.
Yes.
How do we get, outside of our website, digital would be ads that we would put where? Explain that one a little bit more to me.
Yeah, the ads are served on websites, they're served through apps, and they're served onto phones. Today, well over half of the internet is accessed by mobile phones. So those little ads you see when you check the weather on the bottom that say something on the, like they'll appear there. They'll appear on websites like when you go to ESPN.com and you see an ad on the side that says, "Hey, play golf at Pinehurst," on the side. They're called banner ads. They'll appear there. When you check apps or news, like on your iPad, for example, and you go to your news app and you see ads on there. We serve ads in all of those areas to publishers are the destination where the ad is. Like ESPN.com is a publisher. We call that a publisher. So we're going to serve those on publishers that make sense for your community, that are in alignment with your brand. Like we would never put them on websites that had questionable content or anything like that, or apps that didn't put you in a positive light. So that's number one. And then number two, we start to serve them with parameters. We say serve these ads only to people in northern New Jersey that live in a house between this price and this price, that have this much income, that have expressed or that we know have golf affinity, for example. So we can start serving ads to people like that in northern New Jersey that have a golf affinity, that live in a $300,000 house, and they might even be a public servant. You know, they might be a policeman, fireman, or a teacher, for example. We can start there. And then we start serving those ads out, and we serve thousands and thousands of those impressions. When people start clicking on them, the software that we use can actually track a digital footprint of that user. If you click on one of these ads, it can do a quick run-through of your habits online on that device that just clicked, and it could see that, wow, this guy just checked his stock page, he just checked the sports scores, and he just checked the news and blah, blah, blah. Okay, wow, let's find more people like that. And then the software gets smarter and smarter. Every time someone clicks, we know that they're a teacher, we know that they make so much money, they live in a house and they're in a geographic area, but then the online behavior gets added to that, and then over time, as these ads run digitally, you see the response rate, or the click-through rate, we call it, the number of people that click on the ad starts to climb over time because the software gets smarter and smarter about who it sends the ads to. So that's kind of a,
Okay.
is that reasonable? Yeah.
One last one.
Yep.
This is the one that you probably can't answer. But if you get 100 clicks, what kind of return should we expect out of 100 clicks?
Zero.
Zero?
Yeah. 100. We're going to be
That's a good
seeing.
number.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing. We're going to be seeing millions of impressions.
We are?
Yeah, the impressions are going to be in the millions. The clicks are going to be in the thousands. And the
For me to have a good year, would 15 new, I mean, if it works 15 times and 15 families come down.
15 new incremental people.
Yeah.
I think I was talking about this with Neil. Like, you look at, what's the lifetime value of a new resident here to the district, right? Because I think initially somebody said it's only $700 a year. I said, well, no, it's not $700 a year, because if they move here, they're going to pay $700 a year as long as they live here. So let's call it the average person lives here 10 years. I don't know the number, but say it's 10 years. That means every new person is worth $7,000. So if I get 100 new residents here, that's $700,000 in incremental fees to the district. So if I'm spending $100,000 and I'm returning $700 to the, over time to the district, like, those are probably good economics. So that's the kind of analysis we'll have to do. The question in my mind right now is, like, how are we going to get them to be new residents here? Are we going to send them to a builder? Are we going to sell them a lot from the district? Are we going to get, because a resale, in my mind, the resale is a wash. Like, that doesn't really necessarily help us in our goal, which is to increase incremental payments to the district, if that makes sense. So if you sell your house to me, you just transfer your $700 fee to me, and the district really has a zero gain, right? Does that make sense? So I think we want to really get, new people. We want people to come here and meet up with a builder. I think ideally, that's, I think, with my mind, meet up with a builder, find one of these beautiful lots that are almost unbelievably priced for what you get, and build a house here.
I would think, though, the contact person has to be a person from Sun and Lake, not
Yes,
a realtor.
absolutely, yeah. Yeah, the realtor thing is kind of a tricky one, because we do have to engage the real estate community, because that's what keeps your property values up. Like, you want houses to be selling, and you want a active real estate environment here. But our win and our success, I believe, together is going to be from the incremental payments that come into the district and raise that revenue. So that's kind of what's in the back of our minds. And 15. I think 15 would be a good number. If you're spending 75.
I think the trick there is that in the normal world, the developer would be developing this site to sell the property, and he'd be benefiting from the sales of the properties. And we don't have that major developer, so we're kind of in an odd position.
Well, I have a question on that note, and maybe somebody here can answer, because I have a lot of friends in development business. I worked for the Disney Development Company for a long time, and I have major developer friends. And I said, what is going on down here at Sebring? You can buy buildable lots for $2,000, from what I can see, with infrastructure, roads, curbs, sewer, everything installed. Why isn't somebody down here buying those 1,000 at a clip or 100 at a clip and putting homes on them. Like, what is in the way? Is there something I'm missing, or what's the?
You know anybody who's interested?
No, but is there something in the way of that? Because everyone I'm talking to, like, says, I don't know. What's the?
The lots that you see now just became marketable within the last 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is that those properties, the liens on those properties were a lot higher than the value, so they could never sell, and they sat for many, many years. Now they are.
The liens are cleared.
Liens are cleared.
And they're saleable.
And yes, that is correct.
So
That's what's happened in the last few years.
And then the major developers don't like to go into a community that's less than 100,000 people, and that's our entire county.
Oh, the demographics, because the marketing cost of getting people here is high. Yeah, but the land cost at like $2,000 a lot.
It's crazy that they.
It's crazy. Yeah, that's right. So anyway, okay, I was just curious about that because I couldn't answer that to any of my friends saying, Wayne, there's something you're missing because somebody would be in there building homes like candy bars at that land cost with the infrastructure and full amenity package. I mean, 2 golf courses. I mean, the whole deal and for $2,000 a lot. I mean, that's crazy.
With the list of real estate agents and contractors and stuff, they could go directly instead of to Ariel or to our office. They could go any place we see on there, right?
Right. Well, we will control that.
Okay.
Yeah, technically they can.
Yeah.
The question is, do we want them to?
Yeah. Well,
because I really think that if I were in your shoes, I'd want some, just accountability on the return on this investment to your community. Like if you're going to spend $100,000, you want to be, and if you just send them direct, this is a real issue. If you just send them directly to the realtors, that's great for the realtors, but we can't track, trace, or have any understanding of what happened. And I'll tell you, when they get to the realtors, they might come look at Sun Lake, and they might say, well, what else do you have? And then before you know it, they're down the street to another community, and they're selling them a home, down the road. And our marketing kind of created that. So.
And Ariel, we have all contractors, right? I know this is just something for us to see, but I noticed our number one developer is not even on there.
Oh, right, yeah, that's our fault.
Hornick, and
that's our fault.
And so I just wanted.
No, that's not an
Okay. Well, I knew it was, but it just because we have one guy now that's stepping up and even during the downtime here has really done great for our community. So just want to make sure that they're all involved and all the realtors.
Is that the builder that built that White House we showed in our ads? Do you know?
No.
That's a beautiful home, whatever that one was.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you have a feature builder, like we could do something like that. We could put a picture of his home, in our ads to really do a beneficial win-win kind of thing. Yeah.
I just want to make sure that he is.
Okay. Yeah, make sure we get that.
recognized
Make sure we get that information. Yeah. They haven't actually. Ariel and Tanya haven't even seen this website. We just had it ready to show you.
An additional thought on that, we have a couple of realtors that are very active at Sun and Lake, and then a lot more that would just as soon go somewhere else.
Yes.
We need to make sure that we help the ones that are helping us, if you will.
Absolutely. Yeah, some of them showed up in our workshops. I know we met a realtor or two in our workshop, so that really showed their level.
Well, there's one here right behind you over there.
Okay. Oh, great. Oh, there he is. Okay, good. Awesome. We'll have to get your card before we go and make sure. Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Awesome.
Thank you.
Can we discuss the logo just a minute before we leave the conversation?
Absolutely.
Is there any
Want me to put it
feedback
back up?
on this idea or conceptual logo that we have? Our current logo for the district and the Sun and Lake Golf Club, we have that trademark through the state of Florida. Is there any feedback on the newly proposed logo?
Tanya, I wrote on my notes here when he said it. I don't mind the new logo, but I don't want to. You know how we are around this community about signage and stuff. Would we have to change a whole bunch of signs to do this, or would this be something done?
It could be done over time.
Over time.
Yes, it could be done over time. No
I don't
doubt.
want to change the logo and cost us $100,000.
I don't see that in year one. The last time we changed the logo, we did that over time. We, focused on the website, then focused on print materials, and And it was eventually. We actually haven't changed all of the signage
Eventually.
from the older logo.
Oh, funny. That's interesting.
Yes, we have not. There's some signs out here that still say a golf community versus golf and recreation.
Interesting. Okay.
So-
Yeah, that's right. We noticed that in our. We didn't quite understand all that, but now it makes sense. We designed that logo intentionally so that you wouldn't have to change it immediately. It's kind of a subtle change, but in the average, we're looking mostly at the outward-facing stuff to the world. And on the ad, this will make just those ads look more fresh, more current, more contemporary, and it will get us more clicks and more response from the ad. So that's our interest primarily. When people get here, they should see kind of the same sort of mark, so they get that it's the same right place. I think, we were just driving by and we saw like the Advent Health ER billboard on the right side of the road, and we saw the Advent sign on the left side of the road, and they didn't even sync up, which is really interesting. We said, why didn't they put that same stuff on their sign, because then people would make the link, that's what they're selling. So I think it is important when people get here, they see that. But we purposely designed it intentionally so that you wouldn't have to change the sign. If I saw the right logo in an ad, and I came to the community and that left logo was on the sign in the front of the community, I probably wouldn't give it a second thought. Most people wouldn't, so that was intentional.
If it means changing the signs, I think we've spent over $300,000 on the signs. I got no interest at all.
Yeah.
in spending $300,000 again for signs. I'm not going through that.
I like
My
the new
vote is
logo.
no.
Yeah.
And
You like
as
it?
long as we're not going to spend a whole lot
We're
of
just
money.
talking
on it.
lettering.
Yeah.
It's like the signs itself are fine. It's just lettering change or
Yes.
logo change
Right.
if that's what we desire. If not, that's
right.
fine too.
Yeah.
I assume we could trademark this as well.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, I'll check and see. We might not even have to, because trademark's got there's a description, and I think the description, of the left logo versus the right logo are going to be incredibly similar. We might not even have to change our trademark, but I'll check into that.
I would strongly recommend you register the Florida Centerpiece Community.
Oh, yeah, the wording.
I think that is something you really want to own and protect. I think there is, as we develop this, I think that's really going to be something that bubbles to the top as a positive in your positioning of the community. Put a little registered mark on that and own that.
I'm okay with it, Danny. I just don't want to spend a whole bunch of money to change things right away. So.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it
I
looks
think
good.
as we update things, we need to be more aware of that. As I was looking at the logo, I was realizing, well, wait a minute, the apostrophe is different here. And then I looked at even our newsletter, and we've got the apostrophe different in different places on the same newsletter. So we need to be more consistent with our logo.
You mean left versus right? I've
Left
seen
versus
it.
right,
The apostrophe.
In the
bold
apostrophe.
versus
Okay.
narrow.
I gotcha.
Big at the bottom versus big at the top. There's variances in how we're currently producing our logo. And I note that the logo on the podium is different than anything we've been talking about.
The kerning of that type is very important, very deliberate. The spacing between those letters is important.
That's another trademark logo that you see for Sun and Lake Golf Club. So that's the second one that I spoke of.
Okay, so that's a trademark logo also?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
For the golf club.
That's what we're talking about.
That's
That's
the
for the golf
trademark?
club?
Golf club.
Oh, that's the golf club.
The one thing I would suggest regarding the logo that I think is important as a sort of a brand person is I would delineate between the internal and external use of the logo. I would try my best, if I were updating things, I would update the things that are external first, the advertising, the marketing, maybe even some of the shirts that you wear and that kind of stuff that goes outside of the community. Everything that's outside of the community might be a way to draw a line of demarcation. The internal stuff for now, the signage and the newsletters and the stuff the residents use, might be what I would say keep that all consistent. So when I move here, live here, everything I see from the district might maintain the old logo, but anything that goes outside the community, advertising, marketing, mailing, stuff that goes beyond the walls, if you will, that might be a way I'd address that. If you had to prioritize, start the outward stuff first. And then that will all be consistent, and the internal will all be consistent, and then eventually you can.
So do we see you in July or August?
Good question. Don't know. Probably August. I think that's when we're talking about launch. Yeah. Probably August, right?
We are going to get this done this year, right?
Yeah, we're locked and loaded, ready to go. Not much. This is the hard work. This is the hard stuff. Once we're good here, it's just a matter of tweaking and launching and loading.
So did I hear concurrence that we're going to go with the new sans serif font, if we will, and the new color for new production? Is that what everybody's directing?
Yes.
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 But just to be devil's advocate, I don't care either way, but it doesn't say golf on the right. Just, I mean, if you guys don't have a problem with it, that's fine, but I guarantee you somebody's going to say something.
Well, yeah, it just, I looked at it and it just went, it was the change we had before. We went from golf to golf and recreation, and now it's just, I guess we're just not a golf community anymore.
Well,
We're not just a golf club.
Well, what we saw when we talked really to the people, the residents that live here, you're competing on more than a local level here.
Exactly.
You're competing in the state of Florida for people deciding whether they're going to live on the East Coast, the West Coast, Central Florida, Sebring, Florida. You know, that's the set. So you really have to strategically, position yourself in the Florida marketplace, in my opinion. That's what that's all about. You have to claim a position in that considered set of Florida. And to some extent, you're even competing maybe with Arizona and some of the other retirement areas, but not as much. I don't think that's a concern. But really, in Florida, that's what we heard over and over. And you probably all relate to that too. You come down here, you go to the East Coast, you go to the West Coast, you come to Orlando, you check it all out, and you make a move. So we're trying to get that position in that set. So that's what really that's about.
Well, this is just clearly, in my opinion, but we've survived here at Sun Lake because we are a golf community. Too many properties around here that we used to have sold their golf course.
Wow.
And they're a mess.
Hmm.
We have survived because we subsidize our golf courses. And
Yes.
I'm just afraid, of course, I'll be dead and gone when all this happens, but if we start getting people who don't care about golf, we're going to end up the same way that Highlands Ridge has, that Sebring Country Club has, that Pinecrest has. They all sold their golf courses.
Hmm.
And
None of them ever owned their golf courses.
well, some didn't, but this is, and that's all I care about. I mean, we need to be focused on making sure that we keep subsidizing our golf courses.
so
Well, I think the thing to remember in that, too, this is marketing. This is just an introduction. People are going to learn all the chapters of your story, and you can't come here and not know this is a golf community. I mean, if people show, we're just trying to get people to get interested. And I think once you come here, that's in your DNA here. Golf is a big part of life here. That's a good point.
I think the question is, we know that, but does that logo tell people that? Because we've downplayed the golf ball aspect
Good
of the
point,
sun.
yeah. That's
And
right.
and I know I'm big on simple rather than wordy, but maybe we should insert Florida's centerpiece golf and recreation community.
Oh.
Well, 95% of the people that live here don't play golf. I mean, we're not looking at just golfers. If
Yeah, but
you
even if
limit
they-
it just to golfers, then you're going to limit the number of people that come here and the number of houses that get sold.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, except in the fact that there are a lot of people who don't play golf that like the aspect of a golf community because it's a lifestyle choice. And that's why golf real estate and ocean real estate are the most expensive real estate. And people, I didn't want to live on the golf course because I've dealt with broken windows from the other side of it. But I like being in the golf neighborhood.
I will tell you from afar and working throughout the Southeast, golf is not the monolithic attraction it once was. And there are people that are actually, scared of the overhead cost and expense of maintaining golf. So there's an argument on both sides of that.
Yeah, but we don't want to encourage those people because we
right.
want to keep a community
keep
that
it going, yeah.
appreciates the golf,
That's
whether
right.
they play or not.
That's right. Yep, I agree.
Okay, so what
Look,
do we
Does the board
So
want
any public comment?
decide?
Oh, sorry.
Wow. Good morning, Bill Norcross, a resident. Thank you very much for the presentation, WDM. I have a real problem with changing logos. First of all, you're going to lose the identity of the club. Golf and recreation. We resolved that years ago because I thought it was a good idea to expand the recreation part of this, just not a golf community, golf and recreation. It's Florida Centerpiece. I disagree with that completely. It's Centerpiece. It's like, what is it, a factory? You have no idea what that is. A comment was here. What is that orange thing up there? Orange or a golf ball? There's no identity there. So when you start changing your signage, you're changing the value of the attractiveness of the community. Community here. If you get 100 people coming in, you're lucky to get 20 to 25% golfers. Then that's the fact, not 100%. So you want to attract enough people in here so that they do have an opportunity to play their favorite sport, which golf or tennis or whatever it is. Now, we've had billboards up there. They got torn down by mistake, I understand, and never replaced. We had a sign out here on 27, which you have 50 to 80,000 people a day going up and down. And Cliff finally got a sign up there. It only took 2.5 years to do it, but that's okay. And it identifies what we have here. 36 holes at Championship Golf. Now, I don't know what the factor is coming in here reading that sign. It could be very small, but if it's 10, 15 people a week, a day, or whatever it is, it's more than what we had before. So I appreciate this, but I tell you, changing the identity of the golf course, the identity of Sun and Lake as golf and recreation is just, I don't like it. Thank you.
Cliff Wood, resident. I might be missing something here, but if you do the math, as you indicated, somebody that buys a home here is worth about $7,000 over a 10-year period. An avid golfing couple is worth about $80,000. Am I missing something here? I mean, it's compelling. The focus of the marketing, and let me digress for just a minute. I thought you did a nice job of capturing the essence of what makes life so enjoyable here at Sun and Lake. But if there's a single concept that causes that to happen, it's the existence of golfing couples. They are the people that create the ambiance at Sun and Lake. So, unless I'm missing something, the focus of this marketing program should be golfing couples. And now, aside from that, this program is intended to generate leads. A lead is a lead is a lead until it's been qualified. When we get hundreds of leads coming in here, there has to be some kind of a process for qualifying those leads so that you now have the means of creating a database of people that you have reason to believe have an interest in this place, and to sell them a visit and get them here and then handle them in a very professional way once they're here, and convince them that this is the place where they want to buy a home for their retirement. And there's no point in doing any of this other stuff if we don't have a professional, welcoming kind of operation in place and staffed by people that know how to sell. Thanks.
Thank you.
Tom Costi, resident and member of the golf club. Couple of things. With regard to depending upon the local realtors as the professionals who are going to sell our real estate, I just sold 10 acres through Advantage Real Estate, and they did a fine job. You can ride up and down US 27, you'll see Advantage 1 real estate signs all up and down. Many of them, maybe half of them, have either sold or pending indication on the signs. I sold 10 acres 2 days after they put their sign up. They did a wonderful job at that. But while I was working with them, I mentioned that I lived in Sun and Lake, and I got a negative look at a negative comment from the salesperson who referred to, as this happens in the newspapers very frequently, a negative connotation of, oh, you live out there. So I don't think that we can really depend on a whole lot from the general real estate industry or the real estate outlets throughout the county. I think we have to have, as one of the top management people from a international company who just spoke before me, who is very experienced in marketing, I think he hit the nail on the head. We need to have in-house, professional, capable marketing person who can qualify leads, follow through on them, follow up on them, and direct the effort in different areas of the country that we need. And I agree that the most important leads that we have are those that are interested in golf. I'd like to say one other thing about our preferred builders who have done so much for this community. The one that was referred to previous to me stuck this community for over $100,000 worth of unpaid assessments over the last 10 years. Now, he's back in business, but he didn't pay any of those back assessments. Keep that in mind. I mean, these guys, these builders, when they come in here and buy a swatch of land, they do so intending not to pay assessments during the 3 years that they're going to give themselves to market those properties. So we got to be careful about that too. We don't want to be in the business of fattening the pockets of builders who are not interested in playing a fair game with us. Thank you.
Paul Carolyn, I'm a member, but I'm representing my family, which are multi-owners here. First of all, I'd like to say that I agree with Mr. Norcross. Looking at the logo on the right, I don't think really anyone but us would understand what you're meaning by centerpiece. I don't suggest, maybe any major changes, but, just as an example, Sun and Lake, Florida's affordable golf community, which was one of the other, recommendations that came from the last meeting when we were talking about why people come here and so on. I think it'll be very important to, get a look at, with any marketing plan, there's the creative side and the cost that goes with it, and then the actual marketing, which could be print, billboards, social media, etc. Back years ago, before the internet was, when we were marketing hotels and resorts, everything was print advertising, newspaper, etc., brochures and trade shows. That is important to a degree, but the upcoming generations aren't even reading anymore. They're all on social media. And when you're talking about having a marketing or in-house, somebody that can work with social media, can get all the various messages out there, because that's what, and the links that go with them. So that if someone were to pull up, let's say, Florida golf communities, trying to get Sun and Lake up at the top of the list, and then the links from there. All the media is important. Billboard, to me, a little bit of awareness, but it was always directional on coming down, let's say 27, where you are, and so on. So I think the piece is there, and what I learned from this meeting at the last one, we're trying to find out what the goal was, what you're trying to achieve. And what comes right to the surface as number one priority is getting new owners and families to build here, because they will then increase the membership, the dining, and so on. You can have secondary marketing programs just geared for the dining. But that's really a local program. Now, I may be incorrect on this, but I hear a lot of people from Southern Lakes that go up to Lake Placid or Avon Park for dinner. I don't know how many from those areas come to the dining room here. But there's got to be awareness, and you're going after your natural market first. But my biggest thing from here is, let's say Mr. Norcross said, that centerpiece is kind of, it's a big word, but it's meaningless to, we understand now because it was explained what it was trying to achieve. But I think it can be better, and you want to keep it as simple as possible, but you're absolutely right about it being a golf community. Thank you.
Can we make a decision?
I have one question, I guess. Is there an issue with adding more words to your logo? Does that become too big?
You added the word golf to centerpiece, like as far as golf centerpiece, golf community, or? No, there's not an issue with that, no. No. We want you guys to feel good about this, and really, I will tell you, I know from experience right now what's going on in the marketing of golf communities, and I'm recommending this, but I hear loud and clear the community wants to, insert that word golf, and I understand that, so that's your decision. Mm-hmm.
Well, again, I'd rather see it say golf and recreation than just golf.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Sure. Hey, we're here to serve you, and we want the best for the community, no doubt.
You want to take another pass at that?
Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We don't have to make a decision today.
Yeah, we
can revisit this at the next meeting if that's something that the board wants to entertain, of course.
Okay.
I can tell you, just from experience from my old company at Club Corp, all the marketing is kind of moving away from golf. It's moving more towards family oriented, whether it's fitness or whether it's, they've actually made this is the biggest management company in the world, a $5 billion company. They've actually tried to actually get rid of golf out of their messaging. It's more of it to make it more community based and more family based. So
no question. That's right.
Just saying that is from experience. So
yes.
I can testify that when I joined the Club Corp community, they referred me to a local realtor as well. So, they're not going to try to sell you a house. And we don't have houses to sell. So, you can talk all the marketing you want to talk, but you don't have anything to sell other than this community.
Yeah, that we're going to take it under.
I think we're done.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if there's no other comments, we'll move on.
Okay, thank you.
Joe? I heard her. Come on up.
It's only to add to what everyone is saying.
Please come up and use the microphone. Thank you.
Just to add on to what everybody else was saying, to try to keep it as close to the original attraction, because it did attract me and other people. We were in Georgia, and one thing about living here, you can have friends that golf. So even if you're not the person that golfs, you have friends that golf. And if you switch it to maybe community with golf and recreation, you can just switch the words around maybe, and the stress will be on something different. The community did attract us, but we didn't see that when it said golf and recreation. But the recreation attracted us. So everything has a different attraction. I would say if you got to get rid of centerpiece, keep the other words, community, golf, and recreation, and maybe switch them around to where you want the stress. Because that's what attracted us. Right.
Thank you.
So
We decided not to decide?
Yes.
So you'll send us a revised logo or maybe a couple different versions?
Bill Norcross again. I'd just like to add one thing I forgot. You know, I want to compliment you on that drone flight. I don't know if you did that, but that is, to me, that is the best selling point that you could possibly have. Like you say, people don't read anymore, and visual like that is just so simple and informative. And you see the space, you see golf, you see the recreation, you see houses and everything else. I think that drone flight and a website that exemplifies that is the way to go, seriously.
I agree. That's very dynamic and well done. Okay. Anything else? Going once. All right. Next item. Resolution number 2019-06/28-22. A resolution of Sun and Lake, the Sebring Improvement District, to award the Columbus and Corona Drainage Improvement Project designated as RFP 18-05-10 to Dallin Real Estate Development Corporation. Drew?
Move approval.
Second.
Oh. I'm sorry, Drew?
I'm sure you're familiar with the other recent drainage project we awarded earlier in the year. This was also as part of the scope we were planning for the whole year, but we decided to take 2 areas out of that main project in case we came for a budget shortfall. We didn't want to have to do more than we could or try to ask for more money. But we came under budget on those, so we had enough money, so we decided to put these out to bid because our estimates it was going to be over the quote limit. So we put it out to bid, and Dallin Real Estate was the low bidder on it. I think they were under the next highest bidder by about $10,000. So we checked everything out, and everything looked good on their end. This project consists of the Columbus ditch that we were going to clean and rework, and there's 3 areas on Gerona Avenue where the culverts are sinking. I know there's more than that total, but these were the worst 3. We didn't want to go over budget, so we didn't try to get everything fixed at one time because they're clearly quite expensive to fix. So,
But it's not a heavily traffic.
Correct.
There's
Correct.
the traffic that we considered that as well when we look at these projects as well.
Correct.
I looked at them both, and I was just a little surprised that it wasn't in the original, but I think we should do it because I went out on Columbus Drive and saw the mess out there at one time, and we owe it to the homeowners out there. And I took a look at the culverts that were failing, and they certainly need it. So I hope that we pass this.
Well, obviously, nothing's easy with me. I think you picked the wrong resource. Let me just go over a few things. We hired Excavation Point to do phase 1, which was $192,000, because I think that was the agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't completed that yet. They're still working on it, correct?
Correct. They have.
Correct. All right.
Okay.
So we're going to phase 2, and we're going to hire a different company to complete it, while we still have the original company working on phase 1. Why wouldn't we stay with the same company and become important to them? They were good enough to give $192,000 to.
I think a lot of that's due to the purchasing policy that we do, and since it was such a high amount of money that we were estimating, we didn't want to just change order it.
It's a separate. I'm not questioning that.
Okay.
It's a separate. This is a separate deal. I'm questioning the company that you chose.
You mean instead of it was?
Why would you not choose the company that we gave that's currently working on our grounds, doing the same thing in different areas?
I think we're looking at dollar amounts. Yeah, that's
10,000. I'm looking at a relationship with companies for $10,000.
No, I mean I understand, but I mean if
There's
it's,
a $10,000 difference in quotes.
yeah, we're dealing with public funds. We're obligated to do, because of the threshold, we have to do a bid. And if we're inviting a bid protest if we don't give it to the lowest bidder. I mean, unless there's a reason not to give it to the lowest
We're
bidder.
obligated to give it to the lowest bidder all
Yeah.
the time? Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
We're inviting a bid protest if we don't.
I find that very difficult to believe that we're obligated to give it to the lowest bidder all the time.
We have a right to refusal on projects and bids. He's not saying that we have to award it to the lowest bidder.
I'm saying that if we're going to award it to someone and we don't award it to the lowest bidder, there better be a very good reason, or we're inviting a bid
How about
protest.
the company's already working on our land? We gave them they were fulfilling a $192,000 contract. And now we're going to go to a different company over $10,000 to
Then the
finish.
process should have been, like we talked about, or potentially should have been a change order to do it, to add this, but that's not what was done. What was done was a public bid. But there was I'm not aware of a reason to disqualify it. Both bids were, I assume, were reviewed and were okayed.
You think it's good business to give it to that company? You got to be kidding me. If you've been in business for any amount of time, that is considered not a good move.
I have also sat at this table and listened to the public complain about how much business we did give to Excavation Point.
Right. We've used this contractor in the past before, too.
I'm sorry?
We've used the same contractor in the past before. So, there was no excuse to throw their bid out. We've used them before. He's done work here before. So both those contractors have done work.
Excavation Point's working now.
I understand that.
We haven't even paid him we haven't finished phase 1 yet.
But I understand. But you come to us and say, get the best price we can get.
No, I didn't.
And that,
Get
well,
the best
the
company
board
we
does.
can
The
get.
board does.
I
And
want
that's
you to get
exactly
the best
what we're
company.
doing. We went out and get the best price that we could for the taxpayer, right? I agree with you on part of what you're saying, right? But, we have a relationship with both contractors. They've done work here. We have no problem with what they've done. We're saving $10,000.
And I'm not totally in agreement on your business practice, because it's actually good business practice to maintain multiple relationships.
Exactly.
So that you've got good people that you can go to.
They're not even done with phase 1.
My question goes to timing. When will phase 1 be done, and how long will this take? And when do we plan on doing this work, if it's approved?
I spoke with Dalen. They said as soon as we get them a contract, they can start pretty much the next day.
Still waiting.
They kind of have a lull in what they're doing right now, so they should be able to start right away. The previous contractor, Excavation Point, I'm still awaiting an answer on a timetable to finish. They still have the structure beyond Balboa to fix. Everything else is pretty much done except for some concrete work, which I'm sure you've probably seen it if you've driven around. They have some miter end work and some sidewalk work that they have to do repairs on where they worked. But they were waiting to do the other job since it's a big concrete job. They still technically have till the end of September to finish, according to the contract, but I know they're trying to get it scheduled to get done as soon as possible, because that's a lot of money for them to make if they get it done.
Okay, but how long do you think this project would take, assuming they can start as soon as we give them a contract?
I actually can't see it taking longer than 60 days. As long as they get and move forward with it, don't have any delays, they could easily get it done in 30, because there's not a lot of material ordering for them to do. Most of it's labor and equipment work. They might have setbacks maybe on sod or something like that, but I don't foresee it taking. They have 90 days to get it complete again before the end of the fiscal year. So.
Drew, I asked Tanya about it the other day, but I don't think we're done on Edgewater either. Cleaning out that ditch.
Correct, they have not. We discussed that internally, and I know there's some work that we're going to do down Edgewater as far as the maintenance of the weeds.
Correct.
And
not just the trees and that, but there's stuff literally in the ditch in the bottom. There's limbs and
we're going to do some.
It's not done.
We're going to do some cleaning internally, Mike?
Right, yeah.
That we've
correct.
talked about down Edgewater to get that ditch line cleaned up.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yes,
look
sir.
good at all.
Right.
Yes, we're going to take care of that.
Just a couple things. Nobody's said yet, this is a $90,000 project. And our purchasing policy, as I understand it, is pretty clear about how it's supposed to be handled. If we start asking for competitive bids and not selecting the low bidder, pretty soon there won't be any competitive bids. So I don't agree with what Ray's saying. The relationship with Excavation Point has value, but so does the competitive bidding process. So I would not be in favor of doing this any differently than we're doing it.
Thank you, Drew.
All right.
Any public comment? Chrissy?
Supervisor Brooks?
No.
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Hoteling?
Yes.
Supervisor Stiegel?
Yes.
President Branson?
Yes. Resolution number 2019-06/28-23. A resolution of Sun Lake Sebring Improvement District to purchase new Dell servers for the clubhouse under a state contract with Dell for $27,310.
Motion approved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, really, there's a lot of things that we're asking for, I guess, with this $27,000. We did have $22,000 budgeted in this calendar cycle for point of sale and computer upgrades, and that was mostly to deal with the Windows operating system. So as of October 31st, many of our computers they no longer are supported by Windows. So, and they're at the end of their life cycle. They're 4, 5, 6 years old. That's what the bulk of that is. It's also 3 new point of sales in the new restaurant renovation. So I'm adding 1 more point of sale to the bar, and then 2 satellite point of sales in the new Lanai renovation. So so adding 3 more stations. Mostly because we just need them. We need them now, much less after we've added 100 more seats. Also, the touch screens that we have and what we're using in all of our point of sales, they're all kind of original touch screens. They're 9 and 10 years old. Some of them work okay, but most of them are kind of glitchy and they just need to replace. So I guess asking for, instead of just the kind of point of sale, what I initially, with the Windows upgrade, it's more of, it's not only the Windows upgrade, but also the really expanding the point of sales too. And we need, obviously we need the computers to manage the business effectively.
Any public comment?
Bill Norcross, resident. I completely support the point of sales tablet type of recording because it does everything for your inventory. It takes care of every.
That's not part of this resolution.
Well, I thought it was because he did mention that.
I'm sorry, but it isn't.
Well, if it does come, if it is part of it, I highly support a point of sales.
Thank you. Chrissy?
Supervisor Gilpin?
Yes.
Supervisor Hoteling?
Yes.
Supervisor Stiegel?
Yes.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
President Branson?
Yes. Okay, any add-on items?
None.
Petitions and communications?
None.
Staff reports?
Hey, Earl, do you want to talk about the renovations on the golf course and kind of where we're at right now? Go to the podium.
Yes, golf course renovation on the Greens Loops we're through substantial completion. All the earthwork, with the exception of a tap that we're adding to hole number 9, they're out there this morning actually doing that. It'll be completed today. Is for all intents and purposes done. We are working right now on programming on the computer system as well as wiring in the new boxes with the conversion that we had to do from hydraulic to electric. I anticipate that'll all be wrapped up by the middle of next week and we'll be 100% finished with the project. Tony Alton will be in town, I think Monday or Tuesday of next week, and we will go through hole by hole, station by station, look at everything as it was per plan, because obviously in the field some things change. You add a head here or there as we do the staking, just to make sure that everything is as we wanted it. And then he and I both will sign off on it before we sit down with the contractor to figure out the end result as far as material used and wire used and things like that. So by the end of next week, we should have it wrapped up in the final invoice to Tanya to review. So as far as the pump station, we pushed that back because we were in the midst of the other when the panel was ready, and I didn't want to have the golf course down for both the renovation and the pump station at the same time. So that will start the week after next. They're ready to go, but we didn't want to try to start it on the 4th of July week, so we pushed that back. But that'll be about a 2-week process. Nobody will really even know that we're working on it unless you go by hole 18 over here and see the guys out there. But that will not be a disruption to golf like the other was. So, but we're happy with the end result. And I think, we'll be in a good position with the golf course and looking to save a little bit of water as well. So.
Okay, while we have you up there, maybe to not have to keep you so long this morning, I have a question, a different topic, but why are both putting greens closed at the same time?
The other one is open. We opened it this morning, the one here at the clubhouse. The reason we went ahead and aerified both, which we haven't done before, is simply because we had been going through the renovation. I've had the water down so much, and it's been so hot and dry that everything is kind of under stress out on Deer right now. If you ride that golf course, some of the fairways are under stress. We're just trying to catch up on water, so I felt like we needed to go ahead and open those up so that I could get it done. I know it's not ideal, but just where we're at with health of turf and things like that, I just made the decision to go ahead and do it. It did open this morning. Obviously, it's not going to be perfect, but in the next week, it'll be fine.
And again, I think the only issue really here is communication. You weren't around this morning.
Sure.
I asked Andy, and nobody seemed to know why. So that may be one of those things that at least make sure the pro shop knows so when the question comes up, they can answer it.
Sure.
So anybody else got any questions for Mr. McMahon? Okay.
I just hope it gets better. That's all.
Thank you.
The communication is not good.
Yeah, the renovation is really going really on schedule. It just seems like there's little decisions to be made every single day. So, but we're doing what we're hoped to do. We're trying to. I mean, the whole idea is try to continue service to the residents and membership while we're going through all this pain, But and I think we've done a good job of keeping the bar open and still serving food. So far so good. There will be a time real soon we'll have to shut down for a few days when we start to change and move some electrical panels and some major wiring. But I'll make sure I send out several emails and communicate that well in advance. But
what's the definition of shut down? No bar, no anything?
Yeah, we'll have the bar open.
Okay.
But just no
wide open.
Yeah, we won't be able to do food service, but we'll have the important stuff open.
I got a question for you. What should our expectations be as far as managers on duty during restaurant hours?
Well, that's part of why I addressed what I addressed in the budget coming up. So
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, my plans are to hire another. Mike's primary job here. I mean, even though he oversees the entire food and beverage operation, he also is the sales manager. It really takes 75% of his time to really kind of handle as many events, whether they're member events or outside events. I mean, it just takes that much work, and so that means there's only 25% of his time, and then Ron, and we're open, 11 o'clock till 8 o'clock, 7 days a week. So in the budget, I've budgeted hiring another manager. So I want to get to a point. No, I want to get to a point where every hour that we're open, we have management coverage. Right now, I don't have that in the budget.
Well, obviously, because the coverage sucks. So I would like to put forward to the board that we vote on that we have coverage, a manager coverage, in our restaurant from, say, the beginning of the lunch hour to closing. I think that's the very least we should have. And I'd like the board to, what do I have to do to do this? Huh?
You have to make a motion.
Make a motion.
Oh, I make a motion that's what we have as far as coverage. Anybody want to join me? Or you guys don't care?
I'll second it.
All right, there's a motion and a second, so we'll get a second. We have a public comment.
I don't know. What do we do now? I'm lost.
Well, I guess.
There's this board discussion, then public comment like any other.
Oh. Well, I've already said what I
So, do you have an internal candidate for this position, or are you going to have to go outside?
Yes, outside. Okay.
And the estimated annual cost of filling this position?
$40,000 a year.
And
with benefits. That's benefits.
And none of it's in the budget?
It's in the next. It's in this next calendar.
The next one, but not this one.
Not this one.
Okay. If we said go ahead and exceed the budget for this year, what's your best estimate of how long it would take you to fill a position?
A month.
Part of which we're going to be closed anyway.
Part of it, yeah. We right now we don't. I don't know the schedule. I can't tell you the schedule 14 days out right now.
I'll just make one comment that I don't think this body should be telling management what to do in this specific of terms. I think we should say we would like to see better coverage, and I think I have expressed that to Cliff already, particularly in light of the inadequate coverage during the brunch that we tried to have. I don't think one of our servers should be the senior person on property. But that's just my opinion. Now, if we're talking budget, that's a different matter. So you're talking $3,000 for 3 months. Not a big deal. I'm okay with it. I agree with the concept, though. We should have management on staff when we're open.
It's kind of tough when the bartender, a young lady, several times, is the one that's in charge.
Right.
I don't know how you explain that to the public, especially if we want to be the place that you want us to be. That's great. Well, apparently the only way we're going to get it done is if we tell you we have to have it done. So I vote yes.
I don't think it's time to vote yet.
Not time to vote yet.
I think what I'm hearing is Cliff doesn't agree. We have a budgetary issue because we're still not to where F&B is making a profit. So we're subsidizing it, and I think it's the direction that we have to go. I think that I think that your sentiment is correct. I tend to agree with Dan, is that we don't want to be on the operational level, but if that's where we think we need to be, then we need to be responsive to the budget request for the additional person so that they can properly staff
I mean,
it.
the times we don't have management here are the slowest times, and I mean, not to say that we don't have problems during those times, but it's also times that, you know, we don't have huge shotguns coming in. There are times that we tend to not have very much business, you know, so yes, we don't have enough management coverage to the levels that we have, and we're managing against that with the amount of monies that we have. And so really we're at 90% coverage right now, but there are times that we just don't have a manager on duty, just because we've just deemed it that was the slowest times, and that's how we've managed it to date.
And I guess the biggest issue I have with that is it appears to me that the times we don't have managers on duty are between 6 and 8, which is also the time that people have had the most time to get whacked up a little bit and start problems. I mean, I've been in there to see a couple of those in the last month, and so I mean, I'm in favor of doing this. So.
You heard about Monday, right? No. It must happen when I'm here and only when I'm here. I'm convinced of it.
Maybe you're causing the problem.
I mean, it could be. I must be attracting a bad crowd for dinner or something. I don't know.
There you go.
I mean, Monday you had a problem, and it was construction. A guy painted or did something to the air ducts that they put in, and there was a smell in this building like you couldn't believe. Didn't bother anybody. I mean, it didn't. They sat because it was so bad right on the other side of the wall. This poor couple comes in, the only couple that was there, and they sat them right next to 18 drunks because the smell was so bad. Now, there was no manager.
I've addressed the issue in the next budget cycle.
We shouldn't, to Dan's point, man, we shouldn't have to come and tell you that your coverage sucks. You should know it. And it should have been fixed a long time ago.
We know it.
Okay, let's vote on it.
Cliff, my only interjection to the process here is that I think we're working extra hard to try to keep this place open. There's nothing wrong. I can remember our discussions. I thought this place was going to be closed out there a long time ago. For some reason, we're working very hard to try to keep it open, and maybe we just shouldn't. I mean, there's nothing wrong with closing this place for a couple of weeks to get it done and stop offending our customers and the people. I mean, there's nothing wrong with we're going through a renovation. I mean, I'm okay with it. But we've got a kitchen out there that which I guess is nice, but I thought we were going to serve hot dogs and hamburgers, and now hell, we're trying to.
It's all about maintaining a high level of service for the members and residents.
Well, we're not doing that though. That's what I'm telling you.
I mean, there are a few times we haven't had management coverage, but we're still taking care of the card ladies, and we're still taking care of groups as they come in. I mean, for all the things that we're doing and all the construction, we're taking care of a lot of people and doing a pretty good job, other than a few odd times that the whole idea is to increase the level of service.
Okay, Cliff, I just, maybe I'm all wet, but I made my point. You don't agree, so.
I'm just trying to increase the level of service.
You're running the place. Sorry.
Okay. Any public comment?
You're kidding.
Chrissy?
Supervisor Hotelling?
I'm going to vote no on the motion.
Supervisor Stiegel?
Can somebody enumerate exactly what we're voting on for me, please?
My understanding is that we're mandating that from 11...
I said from lunch until close.
From lunch to close, that there will be a manager on duty. I guess as soon as...
And authorizing Cliff to go out and
No.
employ somebody
No.
to do that.
No.
Well, then how's he going to do it?
That's his problem. That's the coverage I want. We can talk about the monies during the budget conversation.
Okay, no.
Supervisor Brooks?
Yes.
Supervisor Gilpin?
No.
President Branson?
No.
You guys said no to this? You guys have got to be. You don't want. So what do you guys expect of the coverage?
We agreed on the sentiment. We're not sure we agree on the process.
You guys have got to be kidding me. Wow. For guys who bitch about Saturdays and all the problems that there are on Saturdays, to not have coverage.
Deer Run was the first golf course that was built here at Sun and Lake Golf Club back in 1976. In '99, we built the front nine of Turtle Run, and then 2 years later, the back nine was built. So that gave us 2 championship 18-hole courses. In 2009, we built the new clubhouse that we're in right now, along with our Island Green signature hole. We wanted something to be able to hang our hat on, and that Island Green is a nice finishing hole, gives a nice presentation to the new clubhouse back in 2009. So it's been a great addition. A lot of people want to come here and play the Island Green, and if you're playing around a golf and everything comes down to that last shot, it's just a great finishing hole to have here.
This has been such a privilege to work here all these years, and I just love my membership.
Who's doing that?
To have fun.
Why are we doing
to
that?
relax if I call. So to have
Can't
one
shut it
dinner
off.
or whatever it may be. And come for a
Why are we
wonderful
doing this?
We're having a discussion.
I apologize.
I assume we've already voted. We should move on.
I think that was Tanya's assumption, was that we voted.
We voted, right?
I apologize. I thought we were finished.
So, just so I understand, we voted not to have coverage from lunch to dinner.
We voted not
That's
to
not
mandate
necessary. It's up to Cliff. That's what we.
No,
voted.
I'm gonna. We'll do our best to increase the coverage.
I'm asking what the board decided. The board decided that it is up to you.
No, we know that there's a problem there. We'll increase
the board
coverage.
apparently doesn't agree with you.
Well, we don't agree with the mandate.
We don't agree with the mandate. As I said, I don't think.
Did you guys ever go into a restaurant and there wasn't a manager on duty?
Yes.
Where?
Pebble Beach.
Oh, Pebble Beach. Give me a break.
That's true. If I got to tell Cliff he needs management on duty, then I probably don't need Cliff.
Well, that's your question.
Well,
exactly. He knows more than I know about running restaurants, and so does Mike. They need to run it. They understand. He's just said he's going to put it in the budget for next year.
That's fine. We can go on. I've had enough of this conversation anyway. I'm not going to argue with you guys.
But you're going to take steps to make it better short term.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, Tanya, what was that we were just...
I wanted to show you on the big screen the video that I sent you all this week, prepared here in Sun and Lake. That's all. I was just showing that as part of staff reports, but we can move on to litigation.
No, I mean, I don't have an objection. Nobody knew what was going on. All of a sudden it was up there, so... How long is it?
It's just another minute. That's all.
That's fine. We can deal with Andy that long.
Put him there.
Friday night's known for prime rib, and it's a wonderful staff. So you can come for an appetizer, come for a full dinner.
Second to none here in Highlands County. We've got a very large driving range that has a nice short game area off to the right-hand side of it. And what's nice about the district of Sun and Lake is that they invest money into the golf course. They'll always constantly improve it, keep the golf course conditions nice. So you come here, the price of membership is incredible. I call it the best deal in America, and I don't just say that because I'm the head pro here. It literally is the best deal in America.
Very good.
Thank you. He is an actor.
Who in the heck chose those?
The only concern I would...
That must be Cliff again.
The only concern I would offer on the video is Kay's mic didn't sound clear. Andy's was nice and clear. Kay's, I don't know what happened there, but if we can somehow re-record that, it would be cleaner.
Okay. Litigation report, DFC foreclosure, the defaults are final, have had no challenges to them. We're expecting to have a final judgment of foreclosure by the end of July. Talked with Tanya, we're going to figure out when the best time to schedule the sale, the public sale of that property, probably be 60, 90, 120 days, somewhere in that time frame. I'll talk with her and figure out what we'll request from the judge as far as putting that out for public sale. I think on this litigation report it shows that Mrs. Castro's small claims action has been consolidated into our foreclosure action, and we've kind of absorbed that, and it'll be handled through the circuit court. Did have a meeting with the building department, and I'm in the process of renovating, revising the permitting process, and I expect to have that on next month's agenda for a review of our permit package. We're consolidating down to one single permit, and it seems like that the issue, based on my conversation with the building department, was generally what's supposed to happen is when someone submits for a permit here at Sun and Lakes, we're supposed to review that and then authorize that and turn that authorization over to the Highlands County Building Department so that a permit can get issued. And what was happening was the person, the builder would come here, they would pay for their permit, get their receipt, and even though the plans had not been approved, they would take their receipt to the building department, and the building department would issue their building department based on the fact that they had already paid Sun and Lake, even though the plan had not been approved. So I've talked to the building department. We're going to revise that process, and we revise our permit, and like I said, that'll be before the board next month.
Can you tell us where we are on the review of the Tanglewood issue?
That is in the hands of Lewis Longman Walker. I know Tana's had some communication with them. There's a little bit of information I think they're looking for, and I'm going back through our archives to see if we can find it. I think basically whether or not there was any opinion given by the district's general counsel when the original Tanglewood proposal came before the board back in '96, and so we're having to look through our archives to see if we can find that. But other than that, I haven't received any other inquiries from Lewis Longman Walker, so I'm assuming they're proceeding with their review.
Thank you.
David, how's our foreclosure going?
Good. We'll have, like I say, we'll have a final judgment. I expect to have it by the end of July, and then we're working on picking a sale date.
Very good.
Good morning. As Drew mentioned earlier, the drainage remediation project is about 75 to 80% complete. Also, the paving this summer, they should start that here, I would say late this summer. We don't have a date yet, but I will inform everyone when paving will begin here inside Sun and Lake. The traffic study, we are awaiting the final traffic data. They're finalizing that information, and they're going to put this into a report. So Drew and I will be contacting traffic planning and design on some final information for us here soon. The shuffleboard project, we're waiting for the county to final approve this project. So I didn't want to do anything and put this out for bid before this happened. So we're waiting on the county. An update on the golf course bathrooms. All the bathrooms have been renovated with the exception of Turtle. Right, we're on Turtle number 14. Number 5's finished. Okay. The material cost so far is $10,758, and we are also tracking labor, so we'll have some final information if anyone is interested in looking at that when that project's finished. And
They look good.
Good job.
Yeah, they look great. They really do. Chewy and his guys really did a super
Yep.
job.
We are working on a Brazilian pepper maintenance plan that includes Deer Run and Turtle Run. We're looking at maintenance, skid steer maintenance, and then spraying for the right of number 5 on Deer, left of 7, right of 9, 13, and 14. That's on Deer. And then on Turtle, we're looking at the left of number 10, number 12, and the right of 14.
I'm
so
sorry,
Brazilian peppers. We're doing some maintenance on those.
Oh, that's the, yeah, okay.
The tank sealing project for the Unit 4 wastewater treatment plant is about 90% complete. We're wrapping that project up currently. And on Monza Drive, there was some drainage remediation work done this week. We were able to go in and clean the swale, replace the sod for about $3,000 on that project, so that's finished on Monza Drive. And that affected 3 properties, 2809, 2801, and 2709. As Earl mentioned earlier, the Deer Run Pump Station is scheduled for July, and we currently have a bid out for dining room furniture, and that is for the main dining area of the club. Anything else to that? So the banquet furniture that we have, we are going to continue to use that as we need it, right?
As needed, especially in this project.
Okay.
When we approve the project.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Tanya, I have a question. Just we have some people here, but we take care of a lot of houses on Matanzas. My wife and I are from friends that are up north. And what was the electric problem that was like 18 hours on Tuesday? What happened, Mike?
It was a Duke. It was their problem, a transformer or whatever, and they were waiting for parts. And they kept in touch with us, but it was just something that, they couldn't control.
Okay. And then we've been gone for 2 days, and we were down in Naples, and nobody, the water got, what, did somebody cut a line or on Matanzas too? So they got a double dip there.
Right, you got double dip. Duke actually hit our line, and of course we had to shut it down and repair it. But
okay, well, I just had
that's what happened.
People ask me, and I say, I don't know.
No.
So now I know.
No, we shut your water off, Mike.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Because when I got home last night, it's still.
Yeah.
I haven't got water pressure very good, and the lines are still.
Yeah. They finished it up
still
yesterday.
A mess.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Cliff, what are you going to do with the furniture that's in there when we replace it? Are we going to sell it, or?
Yep, we'll sell it.
We're going to sell it. We're going to sell the patio furniture with it.
Yeah, we'll keep a few of the nicer pieces. Who knows what we're going to do with this pad after we're done? So, or at least we'll put a few out there, but we'll sell the bulk of it ASAP.
Yeah, somebody asked me that might be interested, Cliff, too. So I can't remember who it was, but will you put that out to the community that's for sale? Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have any update on, at our last meeting, we were dealing with a sinkhole of sorts. Did that all get resolved where we were having that?
That's mine.
Yeah, that's all been fixed. It was it wasn't a sinkhole. It was a drainage problem. I think the project was like $42,000, somewhere around there. But it's all been replaced. The road's been replaced, so we're back in business.
Okay. And then from the report that I got in the paper, I wasn't sure exactly where the fire was and if there were any impacts to our property or I was on the golf course when it started, so I could smell it and be very aware of it, but I had a hard time finding information about it.
Yes, I was physically out there when I did receive I was driving, and I also received a message from the county manager pretty immediately, or county administrator, I should say. The lightning strike was west of Cortez, and it was near the streets Domenico, Fettuccine. And when the lightning hit, basically it was like a bomb went off. There were several homeowners right there. Their houses shook, immediate burst into flames, and the smoke and the fire, they were able to contain it to a small area, but the smoke was really bad. So the wind was blowing right over Deer Run, I believe, at the time.
Yeah.
So
No structural damage?
no structural damage. They were able to contain it. They started evacuation process for some of the homeowners, but they did need to evacuate once they were able to get it under control.
Danny, I got one more thing. I don't know if it's for you or Mike, but over here behind Hornick, when they're our property that we clear and keep clean, I don't know, Mike, is there a procedure we go through when we clean that, or decisions made for that? Because I watched the guy mowing over there, and there's still logs all over the place. And
Right. Well, we went in.
Did
Mike,
you clean them out?
Well, a matter of fact, I talked to George yesterday about it. There are some dead trees in there that we are going to remove. Basically, when we go in, we'll look at it, and then we'll make a decision how far we should go. Some of it abuts the golf course, so like in that area there, it's usually based on the decision of who's there and how far we should go to fix it.
Yeah, well, I just meant, I know there's some dead trees in there, but
We
there's
do
a
have
lot
that
of them on the ground.
Right, we do have that on the schedule.
Okay.
Now, and it'll be done probably monthly.
Very good.
From now on.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks a lot better since
Yes.
it's cleaned out.
But there are a couple of trees, like Frank said.
Well, some dead ones standing and some dead ones laying around too.
Thank you.
Okay. Unfinished business?
None.
New business?
None.
Committee reports?
None.
Public comment?
Bill Norcross, resident. I just wanted to make a complimentary item here that the new sprinkler system that was installed out there, I believe it was the MCI company, correct? Right. All right. Anyhow, the supervisor was out there. His name is Mora. Very good gentleman. That crew is a very hard-working group. And we had some serious hot weather out there, and these guys did an excellent, excellent job. So if they're on the docket for doing some future work here, I wouldn't be hesitant in taking them on, because the job and the finished job is it's going to be good. And I took a lot of pictures, and I think the people up north will appreciate the new sprinkler system and the conservatory of water and other things. And I think it's a very good job. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Discussion to and from, I'm sorry. You gotta get up quicker.
Hey, as quick as I can go. This is more in the nature of Cliffwood. I'm speaking as a member of the Manor Hill Property Owners Association. We have a couple, our association has been working on a lot of the vacant lots to get a lot of the unsightly damage that took place as a result of the hurricane mitigated, and I guess we're down to about maybe only 5 out of the 50 lots that haven't been dealt with one way or another. But we have a couple of situations, and the one I'm referring to specifically would be the vacant lot with brush on it, with trees and brush, that would be at the corner of Sunrise and Monza. And now somebody has just trimmed trees and pulled branches off that are visible from the street, unsightly. The it was never bundled or never put in a form that would be picked up by the brush removal people. So the question kind of comes down to, is there some way that we could deal with those kind of situations?
We already cited them. We do know, the owner lives across the street, but what happened was, a lot of landscapers noticed that someone put stuff in there and they started doing it. So we went back and we did cut it back a couple days ago. We are going to go back in and take the brush because obviously it was dumped on the homeowner's property. He did some of it, but he didn't do it all. So right now we're in the process of cleaning it up. We did put a sign, no dumping, kind of to shake them up a little. The sign is only temporary right now until we get it cleaned up.
Hasn't been a big problem, but there are a few instances
and
like
the problem is with that is once one person starts dumping, the whole neighborhood starts dumping, you know, and that's what we're trying to stop. So we are working on it, Cliff.
Okay, thanks. Nice to know that, by the way.
Okay. Anything else? Discussion to and from the board.
I just have one thing. Tanya, you and I talked about, I think with Omar, about that place on Granada that dumped the dirt. And I guess we can't do anything unless they clear the lots. But I'd like somebody to go look at that, because that lot is cleared, and they should have to do something with that dirt. I mean, it just looks. It's been there a year, I think.
We sent them a letter, Mike.
Okay.
The property's been sold, right? He sold the property, so the people that bought it didn't come look at it. I don't know what happened, but we did send them a letter and telling them that they have to fix it.
Okay, good. Because it is a rule, right? Once they clear it, they have to maintain it and make it look okay.
Right.
Very good.
They have to maintain it once they clear it.
And I hate to keep harping on Granada, but I tell you, we got that whole area. If we can just get cleaned up, look better. But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Related to that is the unfinished home that was started there that we've talked about in the past. It's getting overgrown in the lot now. It looks terrible, and it's right there in a primary entry area.
Yeah. They've been cited and fined, and I guess the company that owns it, I guess there's 2 or 3 people that own it. They're not getting along. So I guess they're fighting who's supposed to do it. We did cite them, we fined them, and they're aware of it.
Have we not started foreclosure on that?
I don't know.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay. So both ends are working on it. Okay.
What's the timing on that sort of thing?
So demand letter usually goes out about 30 days. That gives them 30 days to pay all the assessments and the new demand collection cost. And then after 30 days, it goes on from there based on title work. I would say somewhere in the range 90 days to 120 days once we get a sale date on it.
Okay, good. Okay, I just want to plant a couple seeds for future thought, I guess, but we've been looking at permits and the volume of them. It's not unrealistic, depending on the speed of Hornick's project, that there could be 100 new residences here in the next 18 months. At 1.5 people per, which I think is what we use to estimate population. You're going to have 150 more people here, which history says 15 will be golfers and the rest won't. But they may want to use other facilities. I think we have to look seriously at the pool expansion in the nearer future rather than 5 years out, as well as the bocce ball expansion, because if we continue to add people at that rate, we're going to be out of facilities for them to use, and the pool is of particular concern because of its stated capacity of 69 folks. I mean, that's almost a private pool. So I just think the board needs to be thinking in those terms as we move forward. So. Any other board-to-board discussion?
No. Just pulls a hole in the ground and put your money in it. It's like a boat. I agree with you. We're going to have to do it, but boy, that thing is that is a loser. Yeah, and a maintenance nightmare. But I think we're going to have to do it eventually.
Is there any? I know you don't know, but is there a way we can go back to our pack and ask for more help for that?
For the pool, yes, we could, but I think what we need to do is research funding, grant funding through the state of Florida, and reach out to Guardian maybe to assist us with any possible grants that are available for us as well. I think that's a big start.
Okay. Well,
that development also has its own community pool for that development.
I mean, anything we can do to bring that closer to fruition than it is now will be a big advantage, I think.
That's why I lost patience.
And Dan's right, it is a loser. Okay, anything further on board to board? All right, we'll adjourn. Workshop to follow.
So we'll go ahead and jump into the budget discussion. This is workshop number 2, and we're going to talk about all funds. Figured we'll start off on page 1, just talk about the budget summary as a whole and where we're at now. So the current proposed total budget as of workshop 2, we're at $11.2 million, going down about $200,000 from the initial $11.4 million that we started off at the first workshop. The majority of those changes happened in the general fund, which went from $4,490,000 down to $4,347,500. So jumping to page 2 on the balancing act, as of the first workshop, we had a overall deficit of $445,000. The second workshop, we're coming in at $351,000 deficit. So operationally, we have an excess about $900,000, and then our capital requests are coming in at $1.275, which gets us down to that $351,000. Do you have any questions on where we were last workshop compared to this one as far as overall and how we got to those numbers? So we're going to go ahead and jump into each fund individually, discuss what changes we made, what went down or what went up, and then we'll come back and hash through where we stand. So we're going to jump into the golf fund to start. So let's go to page. Go talk about memberships, memory first.
3, page 3.
Want to go page?
Yeah, let's go in order.
So page 3 is just the memo. We're gonna go past page 3. We want to get to the numbers, and then they'll tie back to the
I want to do page 3.
You want to do page 3?
Well, this is what he's recommending changes, so we should not have a conversation on them.
Yeah, here, hand me that other mic. Yeah, we'll start there. And there's really 3 topics that I've used to kind of change some of the numbers. And again, these are open for discussion and things that we've all kind of talked about a little bit, except for a few of them. And we'll just go over them one by one. And again, these are starting points. I'm making a recommendation, but certainly up for discussion. We'll talk about social memberships. Really, the goal of the social membership is really kind of one thing, and that's to tie both the members and the residents more to the club, and actually have more of a club feeling, and have them use the restaurant more. It's really as simple as that. And we've talked really ever since I've been here about a 10% for as members use the club. And I really just expanded that as 10% where the residents use the club. So there's 850, and I made a mistake instead of 950, but 850 other members that are not golf members that are either pool, racket club, fitness, that use the club, or that use those other facilities. And what I've suggested, really, since the numbers are so low, is adding some fee to it. I'm not a big fan of just giving it away, but whether it's $10, $15, $25 even is what I suggested, and then give all members, all the people who are part of Sun and Lake, more benefits here in the restaurant. So they get 10% off the restaurant, they get 10% in the pro shop, and they get member pricing at the bar. So, I mean, that's really it. So, and that's really creating a social membership. We'll manage it mostly with the same cards that we use to manage the tennis program. The district office would have to make sure folks get cards, but it allows for that 10% discount. I mean, I would really think that it would incentivize them to use the restaurant a whole lot more.
What's the hard cost on the cards?
$3.
$3. So if we, all right, I like the concept. I think you have to establish the value before you can charge the $25. I mean, if I'm just looking at it and I'm going to pay you $25, that means I got to spend $250.
Yep.
You got to prove to me that food's good, prices are reasonable. I don't want to hear any more sunset menu where you throw something that's frozen in the grease and cook it and lay it on me. Given where we're going, I'm totally on board, but I think you've got to establish the value before you can charge for it. If that makes sense.
I hear what you're saying, but I think that I agree with the concept as well, and I don't think $25 is too much because, as you say, you're going to spend $250 over the course of a year.
Right.
That's like 3 or 4 dinners out.
Well, you have to keep in mind probably 60% of our people aren't here year-round. It's 3 months. All I'm saying is maybe charge $10 to start off with the idea of getting the 25.
I'm actually okay with that. It's just, you know, I just want them to step in the restaurant more often. That's all. And I want to be able to market to them. I want to be able to have more of a hook or a product that I can market to them.
I totally agree. The issue is if you're going to up the golf membership, which I know you're not talking about that, you're not, but you're probably charging $50 for tennis, and you want me to pay, you're going to give me a 50% increase.
Yeah.
You know, percentage-wise, it just doesn't make sense to me.
I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would be concerned over the price because it's going to be a shock to the people who play tennis and stuff because it's 50 to 75, and they're probably going to say, well, we don't eat there anyway, or who knows what they're going to say. So I'd be concerned over that. The other thing I just want to clarify, so the memberships for out there and the golf memberships are going to be basically the benefits are the same, even though
the golf memberships? No, we're adding 10% on the food to the golf member. So we're adding a member benefit.
Yeah, but the benefits, no. I'm sorry. The benefits that the racket club people are going to get for their $25 will be the same as the benefits that the golf members get who pay $4,000 or $5,000.
Yes.
But they won't include golf.
But it
doesn't include golf. But so what is, the golf memberships are becoming less and less.
That's how a normal social membership is kind of set up, though. I mean, at a regular club.
Yeah.
It's not like we're taking anything away from the golfers, and the golfers are already getting a pretty good deal because they've got their golf membership includes the golf, the swimming pool, the fitness center, and the discounts. So all we're saying is for a slight increase in the other clubs, they'll get some of those social benefits that they're not getting now, which.
But the golfers are getting 10% off of food that they weren't getting.
That they weren't getting before.
They wouldn't get that.
And they're paying anything for it.
And how are you going to be able to track that? Just out of curiosity.
No, we'll be able. Actually, it won't be hard. We'll be able to have. Actually, I can create just 2 discount buttons. I can do a member discount button and I can do a resident discount button, and It's really, and I can tell you exactly how much. And that's the problem right now. We don't know how much the members are actually spending on food or how much the residents. So we can actually So yeah, we can track it.
You'll still be able to
and
pay.
it won't even be hard at all.
You'll still be able to pay cash and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We'll still be able to pay cash. We won't make it. We don't want to be in the collection business with all these residents. If it was just a member thing, I think we could visit, kind of a charging only thing. But I don't know if we want to be in the collection business. So
Well, I think 25 is too much, but I don't know how we want to handle that.
I'd say 10.
what do you recommend?
I'd say 10.
10 and 15 for family, or just $10 across the board
I think $10 across the board.
to start?
Yeah.
I mean, if family.
I mean, this is going to be a little bit of work to manage and to get off the ground. I mean, there's going to be some work to make this happen. So
Hey, if you find it's success, you can go $10 more the next year.
Right.
okay,
I mean, I don't know. Come back and say, hey, this works. Let's go for it.
okay.
Okay, now you talked about residents. If I come in as a resident and I don't belong to the pool or the racket club, can I pay $10 to get this social membership?
No, well, we should have another fee where it's 25 or something like that if they don't have another affiliated membership. Create
Well,
like a
25.
separate-
I mean, like just a 25. Gets
just
you,
the social membership. I mean, that'll come up maybe 2 times all year long, but
That would get you a discount in the golf shop and
Yeah.
off the food, right?
yeah, if you're a resident only.
As long as you spell it out, you got to spell it out. He's right.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I mean, they'll all. You know how the folks are. They'll figure out some kind of exception.
Are you going to restrict this to residents?
Yes.
If you're adding it to the pool fee, in other words, if I'm not a resident but I paid to swim, are you going to allow me to do this even though I'm not a resident?
Yeah.
Tanya, I don't think we can restrict it, can we? I mean, we only have a handful, right?
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
We have non-resident golfing members now.
Yeah, there's non-resident golfing members now. Yes.
I know that. Okay. That's fine.
Well, actually, that
Yeah, they would get it
whole
too.
deal with the whatever they call it, that they did away with the 10 play cards and they put in that, what do you call it?
Advantage card.
Yeah, advantage card. I mean, very few of them are residents, probably. I don't know. I know a lot of them are. Right.
It's probably 0 because it's cheaper to be a resident.
Exactly.
To pay that way.
Yeah, so those are all non-residents. So they don't qualify, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of those are league members on Tuesday.
I didn't know that either.
I'll never regret this part.
Right. You guys figure out the details. I like the concept.
Okay.
I got a question because I am a little bit. Are you planning to do any price increases in on food? Here's what I would like. Let me get this whole thing out because I'm going to I might lose this vote. We ask you to give us pricing, and we approve your pricing on just about everything: the golf, the memberships, blah blah blah. I think we ought to, if you're going to do a price increase on food, that you ought to come to us and say, "This is what I'm planning on doing," and get the board to sign off on it. I don't think you should have the authority to arbitrarily raise the prices of food. And that's what I would like for the board to consider.
Well, I mean, I don't do it for drinks, but I mean, the deal with food is that the pricing a lot of time is variable because it depends on the cost of the goods, and the cost of the goods do continue to go up on a 1%, 2%, 3% basis every single year.
That's fine. So you come to us every year.
You got to have the ability to do specials. You got to have the ability. I mean, you know,
we hit our cost of goods numbers in the budget.
All I'm saying is, I don't think you guys don't think it's a problem. That's fine. We approve everything else that they do.
You know, we price things at market value. I mean, we price things what we think that they will sell for. Then we manage to our numbers. I mean, we don't think we could sell a $27 porterhouse here. It just wouldn't happen. So, but we think we can sell a 20-ounce fillet and a $18 flat iron steak, and we'll manage towards that.
That's fine. You guys are comfortable with them handling it all? That's fine.
I mean, the number that we need to hit is that 38% number. I mean, that's what we work towards.
I'm just throwing it out for the guys to think about.
I would say this. I don't think there's room in the Sebring market for more than one chicanes, and I don't think we can be chicanes, and I don't think we need to try to be chicanes. I think there's a big market for Cody's.
Yeah, I agree.
So we need to think about what we're doing, and I don't think we've done a good job of I think our pricing is muddled because you throw drinks in the middle of it and beer in the middle of it and soft drinks in the middle of it, and they look at it and say, well, I can get a $15 steak at Cody's, but you want 18 for me, and they don't look at the point that you're getting a $3 glass of wine. Besides which, if you lower that price to 15, they're going to pay you $4 for a glass of wine. You make more money anyway. So I think our pricing needs to be more straightforward. That's my personal opinion. I'm not trying to tell you how to price. That's up to you. What's up to us is to say, we don't like the way you're managing our restaurant.
No, I mean, I see the early bird changing. I mean, I do. I think the older market has kind of shifted a little bit. I think they're more experience-based and not more value-based. So I'm not saying that it goes away, but we want to try and maybe have that early bird special till 5:30, and we accommodate all the golf groups coming in. But after that, we're serving off a regular menu, just like Cody's. So we'll accommodate the members and we'll accommodate the golf groups, but we need to work towards a regular menu. And I just don't think that everybody's clamoring to go to the early bird specials anymore.
I would just caution you. All of us are fine if you raise your prices. I don't think we have a problem. But the majority of the people who dine here, I would think about them.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they would have a problem. And you want to attract new business. And you don't want to have a reputation of being pricey. And we're getting close.
Yeah. That's what I said. There's not room for more than one chicanes.
So that's the only reason I wanted you to come to us. If you think you can do it yourself and be under control, that's fine.
Well, if you feel like it's ever out of whack, just say so. We'll fix it.
We're not going to critique anything until October 1st.
I mean, obviously there's going to be a lot of change and there's going to be a little trial and error as we go through this period and kind of find out kind of what our dynamic is. I mean, we're gonna try and hit the ground running, but there'll be some hiccups along the way.
I mean, I still haven't recovered from Kevin's original list of foods that he wanted to carry. That stuck in my mind.
That was Ron Wonderlings. That wasn't Kevin.
Some of those dishes that were on that list, if he tried to serve here, I don't think would work. So I don't know what you guys are planning.
You'll see it paired. The new menu now is more mainstream. I think that's what you're asking for, and I think that's what people are wanting.
I think that's what the people want, is mainstream.
So, I mean, we'll continue down that way, but we're also called Island View. It needs to be more of a fish or Caribbean or some type of Florida type food thing. I mean, there still needs to be a little bit of a theme to it. So, and that's we'll head kind of vaguely in that direction.
All right, so the only thing, on social memberships, we're going to go ahead with it. You just got to come up with a price for those who are not members of anything.
What I'll do is $10 increases on all the rest, and then $25 for the
non-members.
Non-members.
And I've got to say that the biggest problem that I had with the social membership was not the concept, but the statement that it's factored into the budget, and I'm not seeing that. Because
I added $6,000 to sales, and I added about $11,000 to membership revenue.
Okay, but if I look at your membership numbers on page 6, I'm not seeing that it's in there, and I'm seeing $1,005,000 or $982. But then when I look at the budget page on page 8, I'm seeing $1,013,000.
$1,013,000 is the correct number.
Okay, so
$1,013,000 is $1,013,000 is the correct number. I don't know if
I'm
I
not
missed
sure,
one.
because I don't see the social memberships in here, so that could be the difference. But $1.5 million to $1.13 million is.
I don't know. I don't think I added. I don't think I added them on this sheet. I just did it on the main budget.
Well, it left me confused. I had a hard time figuring out what we were.
Yeah,
what we were
I don't think I added it to that sheet, just to the main budget. The main budget.
Okay, but the difference.
I'll amend that. I'll amend that in the next second. In the next one.
Okay, but the difference between the membership.
Yeah, it's going to change anyway.
The membership number on page 6 and the membership number on page 8 is only $8,000 difference, and your narrative says $11,000.
I noticed that.
I need to look.
Okay. When we see the next version, if you just make sure that the pages marry up.
That they match. I see the mistake.
You're right. You're right.
Okay, moving on. This is something this is a policy, this changes in the credit book policy. This is something that's been kind of going on. I think it started just years ago and just was continued year after year after year. And what this is when a member signs up for their next year, Cindy will just, out of habit now, just kind of look and says, oh, do you want to use the balance of your credit book to go against your dues? And so that $11,000 number is the number from account to account, from the credit book account that's transferred into member dues. So I've never been at a club that's allowed them to do that. It really doesn't benefit the club at all. It's, those monies are credit book monies. Those are meant for either pro shop sales or restaurant sales or them bringing a guest. They're really not meant for them to pay dues. It literally costs us $11,000 right to the bottom line. And I've never been in a club that's ever allowed that. And we're recommending
Does it really just cost you the pro shop margin?
Yeah, or if it was a guest fee, it would cost the whole thing. You're correct, and it would, okay. or if they used it in the, so if they used it in the pro shop, it wouldn't cost that $11,000 turns into $3,000 or $4,000, right? Yeah.
Okay.
If they use it in the restaurant, it's $7,000. If they use it for guest fee, it's all $11,000. So it's all kind of blended there.
What do you mean if they use it for guest fee?
Yeah, that means there's no cost associated. There's no cost of goods associated.
Oh, if I pay for my guest out of my credit book?
Yeah, you can pay for your guest out of your credit book.
Okay.
Just as long, it can go for absolutely anything, just as long as it doesn't go for dues.
I have a question. Where does this money come from? I know. Credit book?
The credit book. So it comes from tournament winnings.
Right. And who pays that money?
The MGA, mostly.
And they pay it to who?
And we usually pay, and we pay the MGA.
No. The MGA pays, but they pay it to who?
They pay the member.
I'm sorry?
They pay the member.
Well, who do they give the money to?
Yeah, it's back to the pro shop.
It goes back to Casper.
Nothing goes to Casper.
Well, it goes to somebody in there. You're double dipping. The MGA, the LGA, they all pay for the credits. They give the monies to somebody.
But we allow those credits to be used for membership dues.
You didn't pay for them. The MGA paid for them. They're not your credits.
But that's not the point.
Yeah, it is the point.
No, we want them to pay their membership dues. We want them to pay for their membership dues.
But that's money that
they can spend the credit book somewhere else.
Money. You've already gotten that money.
Can I make a point, Ray? The reason we don't pay cash is the same reason that most clubs don't pay cash. Because it's an opportunity to generate pro shop or restaurant business. If we allow them to use it on their dues, we lose the margin from that pro shop business. If we allow people to do that, we might as well just pay them cash. So I think
essentially you're right.
I think what Cliff is asking for makes sense. Because when we do that, we defeat the purpose for...
You defeat the whole purpose of the whole
thing.
Exactly.
And when you start paying them cash, and arguably if you're crediting it to a fund they should pay, then theoretically you could have some tax issues as well as pro versus amateur issues.
Yeah. So if I have $50 in credits you're going to tell me that I can't spend it the way I want to.
You can spend it anywhere but on your dues.
And you justify that by saying what? What are you going to tell people?
Because
Somebody is going to play you want to build with that credit.
What?
Correct?
No.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to tell people when they can't do it?
They have?
I've never been at a club you could do anything but use it in the pro shop.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm amazed that you can even use it in the restaurant.
But it's okay because the margins are higher there anyway.
So really, if we do discontinue it, the question is, do we allow it through this season, or do we stop it now and just cold turkey?
Stop it now.
I don't think you can change it for this upcoming due cycle.
Why not?
I don't know, just my opinion. I mean, I'm in favor of changing it.
Yep.
But I think that people should know if they do it this year, there won't happen again.
I didn't even know you could.
I mean, it's not like we're
I didn't know you could either.
it's not like we're expiring them.
Right.
Okay, they don't disappear off the books. It continues to do it. I mean, it's not like we're expiring them. I mean, we can just tell people those monies are just not available. Dues are your dues.
Yep. I agree with that. And I'd say
Yeah, I agree. I'm just surprised that this has went on. I mean,
It's been going on for years.
I told you that I can't believe our general managers in the past didn't change this then, because that's one of the reasons why we hire you, is to stop this kind of stuff. But my golf course, the men's club voted to go cash, and they lost all the revenue in the pro shop. So I think this is a lot better deal, but who knows that one of these days they'll stop that, and that will really hurt the.
that would probably be half the sales, maybe more than that.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what the book balances are.
If this is what you want to do, I mean, I don't care because it doesn't affect me.
I mean,
but I would say,
I think the MGA. I think we have about $100,000 in sales, and this is substantial. This is 10% of the kind of the tournament credit book revenue.
the MJ what? You got 100,000?
Yeah.
Sales.
Yeah.
Restaurant.
Oh, in the pro shop from the MGA members,
Yeah.
you mean? If this is what you want to do, I don't care. Go ahead and do it. But I would certainly suggest when you send out the applications that it's spelled out very nicely on that
Yeah,
application.
I agree. It needs to be really
In
well
big print.
communicated.
Effective immediately, you're not allowed to apply these towards future memberships.
Okay.
And then I think you can get away with it.
I agree.
Okay, moving on.
I couldn't use it before.
Yeah.
Huh?
Just one question. Do we have people that have $500, $600 on their credit book?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
They hold it all year long just so they can do this.
Wow, okay. See, I was unaware
And
of
don't
something
spend
like
any
that.
money at all.
Yeah, it must be all the sandbaggers.
And then after you put that, wait a minute, Clippy, after you put that statement in the application for next year, all complaints, please see Cliff Eason. Add that on just in case.
Don't talk to the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, don't call the board
Don't call
supervisor.
us.
Yeah, we're out of town.
The next one, introductory. You asked us last time to try and evaluate our current $10,080 new membership program that we had. I think we felt the biggest problem with the free membership program that it wasn't free. It was, but there was still, it's free, but it's still
The trail.
$1,000. Really, and I guess my biggest issue is that it was a big focus on that. Back in the day, I guess it was brought to try and help sell homes. I mean, we're really not in the business to sell homes. We're making it easy to sell homes, but we want to be able to sell memberships to anybody, especially Tanglewood people or even people across the street. We want to be able to sell memberships, not just to. We don't want to have it tied into them having to turn on their water bill. Really, we're just trying to simplify it completely. So, really, not the 3-month and not the 5-month, but any membership program, just a single or a family membership, that first year is just half price. It's just really as simple as that. And that comes out to $1,600 for a single member or $2,300 for a family. It's not much difference in price when you kind of figure the cart fee that we were selling before. It's a little bit more, but more than anything else, it's just really simplified. But it's also something I feel like I can market a little bit better and market more honestly to a broader market.
I guess I have one concern. I'm in favor of what you're proposing, but if you don't have the ability to search your records back a significant portion of time, you will have people, I can think of one in particular, who will come and want that first-time membership even though they walked away 3 years ago.
Well, I think we need to come up with hasn't been a member in 7 years, or hasn't, they'll have to be, even what about, the guys who joined this summer? What do I do for because we've had some people who have just joined for the summer. Are they eligible for a full year member? Yeah, we've sold 11, 12 summer memberships, and I would say 2 or 3 of those are probably candidates for full-time year-round. Do we go ahead and just sell them a full-time year-round membership at this half price because they have been a summer member? We got to kind of decide that. There's going to be just like the other thing you talked about.
I probably would.
Yeah,
yes.
I would too. But not if they were a 3-month member or 5 months.
No, they wouldn't even be eligible.
Right. Yeah.
Now, I will say this. We're talking about going out of the community for members.
Yes.
Residents subsidize this facility. So charging a non-resident the same price as you're charging a resident is illogical.
But we do it now, and it's our biggest opportunity for growth.
I didn't say you shouldn't do it. I said it's illogical.
I understand where you're coming from.
At some point in time, we're going to have to address that.
Yeah, where it means more to be a resident here because there's more value.
Without question, you got to figure how much a resident here subsidizes. Not so much a golf course anymore, but the restaurant.
So what we're saying is we're in agreement with this, but you need to spell out details and come back to us and show it to us on what the policy would be. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Or I'm willing to give you my proxy, whatever you want to do, because you're the one's going to get blamed if it don't work.
So next meeting, bring back the specifics.
And we've seen kind of, and I think all of us kind of have seen kind of a decrease in that conversion rate, right? I mean, even though Mike said it was, there's a lot of those 3 and 5 months that haven't re-upped yet, but less and less of those free members are converting into full-time members now. So, the effectiveness is, and maybe we don't have enough data to know the effectiveness is probably what I guess I truly feel, but I also kind of see there's a small trend that it's becoming less effective.
Can I suggest that since we're going to go out to non-residents to increase membership, that this would be a good time to set a different price so that non-resident members pay $700 a year more, which is equivalent to what the residents are paying to subsidize the golf course.
I don't know what the number would be.
Yeah, I think 700 would be a showstopper for some people.
Yeah, I think so. That price is.
I guess to both of your points there, as a resident, I would feel that if I was to bring in these memberships, then it's going to help me subsidize it less because we're gaining that revenue, especially on golf revenue, which is to the bottom line, that I would hopefully have to subsidize it less on my part.
Yeah, but I agree. You would think that, but it's not going to happen.
That's not how people think.
No. But I agree with what you
that's logically how it actually works. But
I have no issue with charging non-residents a higher price, But I think if you make it anything over $100, you're probably going to lose them.
Yeah. Now, one thing you could do is say this is a limited time and we're going to grandfather non-residents.
Yeah.
In the future.
Yeah,
So
people
if you
I mean, really,
if you want
yeah.
in, you better get in.
Yeah, that's a good.
You know, on the whole, really, we're just trying to simplify the program. This is still going to be 90% of this is for new residents and people buying new homes and coming. That's really what the program is. But if we happen to sell a couple of Tanglewood memberships, or if we happen to sell a disgruntled Hammock member, one or two people, that's just bonus gravy.
Yeah.
Well, Tanglewood would be residents.
The big opportunity.
Well, there'd be residents. That's right. But if we happen to sell, really, if we happen to sell 3 or 4 outside,
yeah.
I mean, it's just bonus.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I think I was speaking for the future. I wasn't speaking that we need to do this.
I think that's one thing we can. I think if it becomes more of a issue, I think that's something we can address in the future.
But yeah, I agree with the program, and I think it's better than what we have now.
Yeah, and I think the real estate agents will understand it more, and it won't be convoluted or confusing.
Right. So if we know we're going to change it, should we not have at the next meeting a resolution to discontinue the current one?
Yes.
Don't we have to do that? Is that what we? So should we do that at the next meeting? One way or the other, we're going to get rid of it, correct?
And do we want to do a resolution to adopt all the golf rates at the next meeting as well, as a public hearing?
Sure.
Might as well.
I don't see why not.
Well, after today, we should be able to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next.
That's making the assumption we're through before the next meeting.
Really, other than that, it's just mostly discussion about some of the more specific numbers.
All right. I got one thing to bring up because it's almost unfinished business on the 10-player card.
Yep, I was going to bring that up too.
Oh, okay, because I didn't see anything in here. I'm sorry.
No, we spoke about it last time.
Yeah.
And
But
I think I thought we kind of come up with a consensus. So the goal was I guess we're trying to, and this is my fear, that we're making a kind of a policy decision to take care of 5 or 8 or 10 bad apples. And maybe we need to do that, but it's where we want those people to be members, not your neighbor to be able to keep using your card over and over again. As soon as yours is used up, they go to your other neighbor, and then they use up his 9 left on his card, and then they go to another neighbor. I mean, I guess that's what we're trying to fix, right?
Yeah.
So.
See, I went back and listened to the audio.
Okay.
This whole thing started by Dan bringing up the point that he knew somebody who was online, right? And there was a Tanglewood person in front of him who was going to pay less than the resident was going to pay.
Correct.
With the player card. That's how the whole conversation started. And we never really addressed that issue. We talked about everything else except for whether the price is right on those cards versus what Tanglewood gets. And that's, I think, what we have to talk about, too. That's how we started the conversation.
That's correct. And the issue, and I think you addressed it then, was that what my guest is paying now is less than what Tanglewood pays. As long as that's the case, then I think we're fine.
Well, Tanglewood folks are, again, if they play on Tuesdays and Thursday mornings, they're paying $32, and within that group, that specific group. If they play any other times, they pay resident rate.
So it's not an issue now. I'm saying that's how that card got started.
Right.
So what we talked about last time is moving that card to $20 and $30 instead of $15 and $25. So we're going to go to 20 and 30, but we're going to mandate that anything from that card gets charged to the member account.
Right. Okay, so we'll go to 20 and 30.
20 and 30, and
it's got to be put on the account.
And it needs to be put on the member's account. Yep. But that's still less than the Tanglewood rate at any time.
Yep. That's what we wanted. Perfect.
It's less than the tangible rate, and hopefully that will, the other issue that I talked about the 4 or 5 guys that are playing the game.
I got a question. On all this stuff that we just talked about, is this incorporated into the policy manual, or where do we put this in writing so everybody knows? Or do we? I mean, we're changing a lot of policy here. Should it not be on paper someplace?
Well, we'll need to communicate it. I mean, I don't know if a policy manual is the right place to do it, just because nobody reads a policy manual.
But it's something you can say it's there.
Yeah.
It's in there. I'm just, instead of just verbally communicating it, I think perhaps we should have it in writing someplace.
Probably would be in the package that we send out for members, because that's where it's going to.
Yeah, we'll put it in the membership act, because there'll be the rule about obviously about the credit book thing, and then there'll be this rule too. So I'll make sure that that's right in the very first paragraph when we send out renewals.
All right, let me tell you about your next headache. I come in here and I bring 3 friends and I use my 10-play card and put them on my account. At the end of the month I come in and say, put my credit book on my account, which I do whenever I got a balance usually, but...
So it's a training issue for us, okay?
Are you going to be able to sort it out?
Yeah, we'll be able to sort that out. But what we need to do at the front counter is use your credit book immediately at the point of sale. That's where it really needs to happen. But it's really no issue for us for you to call.
I didn't understand that.
So instead of you charging, say, I want that charged to my account. Instead, it's charged to your credit book, right at the point of sale, and then we don't have to make that. Then we don't.
I thought you weren't going to allow credit book to pay for guest fees.
No. Credit book can pay for guest fees.
The only thing it can't pay for is dues.
The only thing credit book can't pay for is dues.
Okay, all right. Well, I misinterpreted something.
Guest fees are no problem.
No problem.
But if somehow there's a mistake, I can still make that account adjustment. That's not an issue.
Mistake. That's fine.
Just as long as it's not dues. That's the only thing I'm concerned about.
I misinterpreted something. That's fine.
Bye, Neil. Thank you.
See you, Neil. Have a good trip.
Where are we now? Page 4? 5? 5? 6?
Where do we want to go next?
6? We might as
6?
well talk about the rates. Get it over with, right?
Did we vote on this? We didn't vote on this last time, did we?
I'm sorry?
No, Bill, we're not dragging this out any longer than we need to. I'm sorry.
Give it to him.
Go ahead, but we're not going to do this every time we turn a page.
Bill Norcross, resident. The problem is you get involved in so many questions. By the time
Just
it comes
say
to
it.
the end, okay. All right. Now, when you're talking about a policy, that's a good policy to have. Is you don't pay a water bill with your credit card from winning a tournament. That's what Joe Grilli used to do. Believe me, I tell you. But anyhow, the problem we have here, which I see that's remedied by a lot of courses, they have the listing right in the pro shop. They say, here's your rate, here's your resident, non-resident, and everything right there, so there's no question, and a dress code. It makes it very simple, makes it very easy for the golf pros in there and the people behind the counter to understand.
Come on, Bill. We don't have time for this.
All right, so that's the point, It should be posted in the pro shop.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One other, a non-budget thing. You should have a sign made up that says "Pardon our construction work." You should. I'm serious, to put it in the front. That, the building's under construction, pardon our appearance. Especially if you're trying to get to the facilities, they get that some sort of thing on the floor.
So proposed membership rates, page 6. Last time we talked about a 1% increase across the board.
Yeah, we cut you down from 3.
Yes, and then
that was real smart.
3.5% on the over 80s, just to get to our number that we're searching for. I just want to
I would just, I mean, what you did here is the right thing. That's what we discussed last time. So let's start with that. I still want to challenge, do we really want to go up 1%? I mean, we're going to go...
You want to go up to more?
No, I don't want to go up at all. I would rather not give everybody a break. We went up 5% last year. And we are going to, I think you have to go up with the 80 and 85, so that 2.5%, I think that's fine. But do we really want to give everybody else, because the amount of dollars is nothing anyway. But do we want to piss them off or just say, you get a free year, a year without the prices going up? Just want you guys to think about it. If you're happy with it, that's fine.
I'd rather go 3.
Yeah, I think there needs to be steady increase. I mean, insurance will go up this year. The price of fertilizer will go up this year. There's not much of anything that we pay in expenses that's not going to go up 1% or 2% across the board.
And that's exactly right.
There is just
you guys
not.
were forced to go up 5% last year because you gave years of breaks.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem. You guys had to correct.
We are going to get to the point where we outprice ourselves.
Well-
The reason that we're losing couples, and I'm not saying it's going to happen this year, but family memberships are dwindling because they're getting too expensive. People are getting older, and the woman or one of the two are deciding not to play golf, and they
Agreed.
go down to a single.
Agreed.
Or they're still playing golf and paying, using their
right.
$20 thing.
It's just a concern that I have. If you guys are good with the one, I lose. That's fine.
I think we should maintain the 1%.
Okay.
I can live with it. Okay.
So that's a consensus.
So we're leaving it the way it is? What is that thing that you put at the bottom? That 2.3%?
Well, so according to Andy, he's not here to defend himself, 65% of the people actually pay with cash. So that's the entire amount of everybody pays for cash, but in reality it's about 60% that actually do take that money out, that pay for cash. So that $105,000 we have collected there, that ain't quite right, because 60% of that is paid with cash. I mean, it's that high.
Okay.
That's 100%, that 982 number. I've just said that just to show you that we're kind of getting a little budget hit right from there.
So
that the 2.3% is a MasterCard discount or the credit card
That's
discount?
how it started years ago, and it's another one of those things that I don't think we should tackle that yet, because that will effectively be a 2.3% increase across the board. And I know David's not here to talk about it. It's kind of quasi-illegal too. To kind of remember we kind of talked about that. He said it was okay to do it, but it wasn't quite.
I don't think that's kosher.
I don't know if it's kosher either.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
What?
I'm pretty sure your MasterCard or your credit card agreement says you can't.
Yeah, it has to do with something with the way gas stations do it and the way it's posted. I really don't know the legalities of it.
The issue is you're affecting 35% are paying with a credit card.
But yeah, they are. And they're getting airline points or something. Yeah.
Yes. So are we now going to vote on this? Do we have to vote on these, or?
Next meeting.
Next meeting.
We'll ratify
We're
everything.
voting on next meeting. And you will get your numbers square, so they all match, right?
Yeah, I'll match them with the main budget.
I've never belonged to a club that let you pay with your credit card until I came here.
Don't start that. Come on. Let's go.
Let's go.
Page 7.
Page 7, club rates. We've kind of already talked about the club rates. These are the things in yellow are the changes that you asked us to make last time, and these are more in line from what you asked for.
I'm good. You guys good?
Yep.
Keep going. I think this is where we hit the wall. Oops.
This is kind of where we hit the wall, yeah.
This is where we hit the wall.
Now, we can just go to the main budget and individual questions.
All right. A little humor first. Last meeting, I said that the golf is $700,000 in the hole, and Dan said, if it's $700,000 in the hole, there's no way I'm going to allow it. So on the second pass, it came down to 696,000 that he's in the hole. So I don't know if that's any good or not. But here's the deal. I asked you to get to your estimated, on golf, I asked you to get to your estimated profit for this year. Your profit was 84,170 is what you're estimating. And I asked you to get to at least that in the golf. And you went from 10 to 36. Unfortunately,
look at the last 4 years, right?
I don't care.
Well,
I'm looking at this year.
I mean, it's the best year we've ever had in golf.
Oh, it's even better. Listen, it's even better. Because I looked at your numbers from April.
They were good. Right? They were excellent.
They're 73.
And my May numbers are excellent, too.
Let me finish. They're $73,000 better than last year.
Mm-hmm.
So if you break even for the rest of the year, you're going to have a profit of $151,000.
Mm-hmm.
And you're projecting next year to only have a profit of 37? I can't vote for that. There's no way.
It's all weather. This is a weather business.
This is a what?
This is a weather business.
A weather business?
It is.
No.
And we operate for 4 months a year where we literally make, for 4 months a year, we make 75% of our income. I don't know if that's true or not, I'm guessing. But for 4 months a year, we are really pretty much 100% full. If we have any increases,
not even planning 2017, 2018
if you average 2016 through 2019,
I can't accept it. If you guys want to accept that kind of a performance,
but look what I did this year with a great weather year.
Fine,
now we're going to have a great excess of monies.
You can't do it next year.
Well,
who knows what the weather's going to be like next year?
30-some thousand of that is 2 tournaments getting moved.
Right. Yeah, because we lost a couple of tournaments.
Well, I don't think we lost them. They moved into the next year, right?
Yeah. So there's $27,000 that is outside the budget cycle. Correct.
So that's half of.
Well, that turns it to $65,000.
Oh man. The tournaments that you're losing are in next year's budget.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a plus. It's a plus.
And then
you're losing them this year.
And then we'll
year.
add them to the 2021 budget.
They're a plus for next year.
I mean, it doesn't mean we're not going to beat.
That's when they're going to be.
It doesn't mean we're not going to beat the budget.
It's a loss this year. It's a plus next year. Come on, this is. I mean, if you guys want to accept 696,000, fine. I vote no. I mean, we've got to give them a number. This is absurd. I don't know how. I'm not even at the restaurant.
We're also. That number has to do with has overseating in it as well. That number has $25,000 in overseating.
You didn't have one day this winter that had frost.
No, we had no frost. We really didn't have. We only had one rain out on a Sunday the entire season. I mean, it was a great year when it comes to weather.
Just because it's budgeted doesn't mean it's going to happen.
And it doesn't mean that we won't hit it if we have the same great weather year again. It's not like we're going to cut it down.
Wow, I can't accept it.
Well, then you guys just tell me what number to hit.
Well, I mean, the other guys, can you accept these numbers?
I mean, it's a budget. It's not.
I mean, it's a deficit of $696,000 in the golf fund. Do you guys want to buy that? I don't.
It's pretty easy to add another $250,000. We'll just tell the members they can't play but twice a week, and we'll sell all the tee times. I mean, you're dealing with two different things here. You can't maximize income without damaging. You can't maximize income on the short run without damaging your long-term membership.
I mean, we don't want to. We don't want to go there where we're actually trying to squeeze that extra tee time in right in front of a group.
Wait a minute. Just a second. you're gonna make $150,000 this year in golf. Those are your numbers, not mine.
I know we are.
So you're telling me you make $150,000 this year, but next year you're only going to plan for a $37,000 profit. So you're planning to drop $110,000.
So think of that 37 plus 27 plus 25.
Fine.
So
how much is that? 80? So you're still 70,000 over. Come on. I'll give it to you. I'll give you.
I'm planning on actually beating that 84 number. You're right. That doesn't include the most current financials.
This is a budget. I don't care.
So what you want me to budget to actually beat sales by 2 years ago by $300,000.
I want you to be profit. I'm not looking at your sales. I'm looking at your profit.
If I ran this place for profit, it would be a whole different world.
I beg your pardon?
It would be a different world. We would have a different way that we look at everything.
What the hell do you think we're doing? What are you doing? You're running it for what? What are you running it for?
We have, I need to make money, but I also need to take care of my membership.
I can't support giving you $700,000 every year. Maybe these guys can. I can't. You guys decide what you want to do.
Tell me the number.
I would say I'll give you my number. You got to make as much as you're going to make this year. It's $150,000. There's the starting point.
You can I'll agree with that if you can guarantee him you'll have perfect weather. That's really the issue. All you got to do is miss 1 week.
You don't do budgets based on weather forecasts.
No, you do a conservative sales figure and a conservative profitability that you can make, and if you do better than that, fantastic.
And you can't make a budget a disincentive to staff.
Ray, I'll just say quickly, we have to trust these people as much as we can. And
why?
Well, we just do, but there's going to come a time that if it doesn't work, then we have to do something about that. But as long as we've hired Billy Casper to do the job, I think we got to let him try to do it.
But Mike,
but
he's telling you
let me finish. But if they don't, we can't keep accepting excuses. It's just like like the district. It's a little more different than the golf course. And one of these days, we have to trust them to a certain point. But if we don't like what they're doing, then they're not here.
Mike, you want to sign off on dropping $120,000 of profit?
Well,
that's what you said.
The profit's still there, but they might use it someplace else. But I look at the overall thing, Ray, and it's not that most of us don't disagree with you, but
this is a budget.
But
how do you accept a budget?
Sometimes it's just going to come down to whether we want a new management company or we're happy with what they do. But we got to give them a chance.
Give them a chance to lose $120,000 and say it's okay? I can't do that.
Well, that's what they're recommending, or whatever they think that Kush's not doing something that he doesn't think is right. So I have to trust him.
I'm going to say one more thing, and then I'm done. You guys will be thrilled with that. And this is no offense to Cliff, and this is no offense to Earl or any of those guys. If you think Casper's supporting us, you're living in a make-believe world. How many times? Let's see. When Ron resigned, did Casper call anybody in Sun Lake and report it other than Ron? Did we hear from Casper's management? The answer is no. Have we heard from Casper's management since Ron has resigned? I believe the answer is no. Is that correct? Am I saying the correct thing?
I have not heard from management. Correct.
Okay. So if you think Casper's supporting us, you're living in a make-believe world. They don't even care about us. Cliff does, no question. Earl does, no question. And his people, they do. But Casper's management, they don't even know we exist. And that's not their fault, by the way. I'm going on record. That is, they're doing what they think is right. It's not their fault.
That's what I meant.
But that doesn't make their numbers right.
It just comes at a time when there's too many nails in the coffin. That's all. That's all I'm saying. they're paid to perform and do what we want. If it don't happen, then we have alternatives. So.
Well, I can't sign off on this budget because they're not performing what they should be. You guys can sign off on it. It can be a 4-1 vote. That's fine. The restaurant, you gave us a piece of paper that said we'd make $20,000 more by spending $1.3 million. I laughed then. So what are you planning? You're planning to lose $20,000 more than you did in 2017-18. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. You guys want to accept these numbers?
I mean, the restaurant is, admittedly, I have kind of no idea how much the restaurant's going to do, or it's all a best guess. I mean, we really don't know after the renovation. We can only I can only guess.
But Cliff, you put it down on a piece of
I
paper.
did, and I gave you my best opinion, and that's what I said.
And I'm going by your numbers. So
yeah.
Why are your numbers not here like you said?
They
why
are.
They different?
I said we would be pretty much a wash. That we would make a little bit of money, but not enough to justify the million.
Bottom line
I turned into this. For somehow I've turned into the spokesperson for all this.
Well, you're the only one here, babe. You got to get some.
But I mean, from a financial sense, we all know it didn't make much sense. It's we'll see how the dynamic goes. I mean, we're going to be able to service the membership a whole lot better. I mean, there's going to be so much. The service issues are especially on Saturdays are going to be. I'm not saying gone, but they're going to be mostly fixed. So, I mean, we're not going to be able to. We're going to be able to seat a lot more residents. We're going to be able to seat a lot more members. But I'm not saying we're going to make a ton more revenue. When you increase sales of restaurant, you have that 38 to 40% already built into that sales number. So for every $100 I increase in sales, $40 of that might be profit, but I still have to have the labor and extra labor to do that. I mean, how much of that dollar can I actually get to the bottom line? My goal is to try and hit 50% of that, so 50 cents on every dollar back to the bottom line. But that's just a very, very lofty goal. That can't really be. That actually can't even happen.
This is a first year pass.
I mean, it is.
It is.
We'll see how it goes.
You could do $2 million. You could do $1 million too.
Yeah.
And it's probably somewhere between the two, and it's probably not going to be as bad as this looks.
No, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be better too.
Yeah, I think it's going to be better. But I think you're smart to budget a conservative number so that we don't wind up 6 months down the road going, well, what the heck did you do?
And all of a sudden I'm cutting staff, and I'm just trying to do everything I can to hit a number. And it ends up messing with service.
I'm going to be disappointed if it doesn't do better than this.
So
as far as the golf course is concerned, there's $20,000 built in there to overseed that we didn't put in there this year. The way the golf course looks now, I don't see any reason to overseed anything. It looks fantastic, including turtle that hadn't even been aerated really, but one time. I mean, it's coming. Fixing the restaurant was never about, for me, making a whole lot of money. It was take care of the people and get it as close to break even as we can get.
Well, trust me, you're not making a lot of money. You're going to lose $300,000. That's the plan.
That's the conservative budget number. I just said I would be disappointed.
I'll give you the restaurant. I'll give you the restaurant, but that doesn't excuse the golf club.
Golf is a weather-driven business. You can't get a better weather than we had January, February, March, and April. It ain't gonna happen.
And we have no opportunity to growth during season. We're 100% full. When we do a 120-person shotgun and then another 120-person shotgun day after day after day, where do I get more revenue when I'm 100% full? When I'm doing that much of my revenue?
And what happens if you get 5 mornings of frost that you can't get off, 4 or 5?
The only place that we have for golf growth is really in the off season or membership. I mean, that's really the only place I really have for golf growth. I just like you said about membership pricing, we're at the top of our pricing. We really can't raise prices anymore. We're at the top of that, but we really can't squeeze, another 4 people on the golf course because it ends up being right in front of a member group or affecting service. For those 4 months, we have no place to put anybody. We are 100% full.
But we have a huge opportunity in the restaurant.
Yeah, huge opportunity in the restaurant.
100 seats.
Huge opportunity in the restaurant. To expect to grow business in the off season, that's a lofty goal. But when there's nobody here to play, there's nobody here to play.
I'd rather budget something I know I can do.
I'm glad this is not my company.
You're beating a guy up that just had the best year they ever had because he's being conservative for next year's. Whatever.
Okay. Any other questions? Anything else? Or specific line items or anything? Next time I'll come with with some very specific stuff and we'll ratify. Capitals. So he has it up on the board right there. Total run restrooms, we'll start that whenever you want to. I think we can start that in September and just start getting it paid for in October. I think we can do it immediately. Again, the driving range mats, 18% of the time we'll have people on mats. It'll do nothing but make the golf course more playable for the membership. Curbing, front entrance work, all beautification projects that we've talked about. Deer Run improvements, the $50,000 is the Aqua Tees. That's the Aqua Tee projects for Deer Run only. The $50,000, admittedly for Earl and myself, that's kind of a guess, but that's dirt, irrigation, labor. That number's probably a little high, but go ahead.
I should have for the next, or probably within the next few weeks, I will have at least one quote on that.
Okay.
Tim Liddy will be here Monday the 8th. We'll finalize those locations, and then I've already asked Mondragon, since they're here on site, to give me a price on that. It'll be just one price, obviously, but we'll have a better idea of that 50.
Is it possible on the wish list to get a bigger tee on Turtle Run number 5? That's probably the biggest issue that I see, is that tee is so small, and now that you got 90% of probably 95% of the guys playing golds and whites, there's a lot of traffic on that thing. It needs to be twice as big as it is.
Yeah, we can look at that.
I think we could probably handle that under the current budget. So we'll tackle that. We've talked about it internally for a couple of months now. So we'll, especially now that we have our new employees from tee-off, that's going to really free us up a little bit. So we'll have some kind of plan for that actually by next time for sure. We may even go ahead and get started on it if that's okay with you.
Good with me. I don't know which way you want to go, but one way or the other, it needs to be bigger. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
I think everybody would agree with that. Pardon?
Just go ahead and get started on 5 if we can come up with a solution. Okay.
Try to let us know, though, when you're going to start it.
Yeah.
So when we get asked questions, we have some kind of an idea.
Okay.
It'll be whenever Turtle shuts down. 13th, 14th of July.
Okay, I guess that's it for golf.
So we'll go ahead and jump into the general fund. On my memo, I basically highlighted what the major changes were in that fund. We'll start off with first change in admin. We've decreased our foreclosure costs by an estimated $40,000. We've been pursuing our foreclosures pretty strong the last few years. We included the DFC Unit 12 action, which we did a budget amendment for in that. So, we do expect that to go down, and we expect foreclosures to be trending lower than they have been in the years past. We made a small adjustments to buildings and grounds, landscaping, and then the major changes came in the capital outlay. So our capital outlay for budget one was $810,000, which included the golf capital in there, and then the second revision is $775,000. We've reduced the sign trailer. We've actually removed that capital request entirely from the roads department. And then the golf capital request dropped from $510,000 down to $440,000, which makes up that big difference. Our contingency, we dropped from $36,000 to $20,000 this year. We felt like we pushed it as close as we could to the policy manual requirement, the 0.5%. So that dropped about $15,000, and so the golf subsidy also dropped $256,000. Which brings our reserve balance down to the $351,000 to balance this budget for the general fund.
The 256 is down from what, 275 or something like that?
The 256 for the golf fund?
From actual...
their first budget for golf was $305, is what they proposed in their first workshop. So they dropped it $50,000.
They came down $5,000.
Total. Correct. With capital but overall subsidy dropped $50,000. Their capital went from $510 to $440.
The assessment, recreation assessment is 256 estimated for 219 and dropped to it's 276 dropped to 256.
Correct. So I once again briefly discussed the changes in the admin department. I did adjust the assessment forecast as well. This has been our first year with the new assessment rates for vacant land and the new assessment methodology. So we've been trying to create new trends based on the data we've had. We've only had 6 or 7 months worth of data on those collections on the new rates. So we're constantly monitoring that and making adjustments. So we're at that $350,000 mark overall. Is there any questions on the general fund changes? We really didn't change a whole much operationally. The biggest change happened in the golf subsidy and then that roads removal of that sign trailer.
I assume we're still going with the edger?
Yes.
Didn't the golf operation have an edger that went on a gator, I guess, at one point in time?
I don't know. I talked to Earl about this morning. We were talking about it, and he didn't. I mean, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if he actually had one. He didn't say he had one.
We used to have
we
one.
put in for it, and
we used to have one here because I remember him using it on the golf course. What happened to it, I don't know. But it basically, it either went on a cart or on a gate or one of the two.
Yeah. One of the reasons why we want this one, it's it rotates and also angles. So anywhere we can do roads, we can do the side of by the tee boxes or whatever. It rotates, so we get close to everything. So we can use it for golf and we can use it for all roads. Right now, we did Southern Lake Boulevard a few weeks ago, and I had 5 guys out there cutting it, removing it, blowing it, going back, and it took 3 or 4 days, and it gets real sloppy real quick. So as we go along, we'll be able to do a lot more areas right now, and a lot quicker with 1 or 2 people. Right. And there also is an attachment down the road that we could buy. It's a stump grinder, which when we have to call the guys in, you know, to grind the stumps, it's pretty expensive. So we pay a little up front, but most equipment that we get usually lasts 10 to 15 years if we keep it maintained right.
And you think over that many years it paid for itself?
Absolutely.
Well, I assume you wouldn't have brought it up if
Right.
you did.
No, I won't put in for anything that I don't feel that we need. So, it's a labor saver, and it's also going to keep Sun Lake beautiful as you drive in and out, and also through the whole district.
So just to quickly touch base on this, I know the last meeting we discussed funding mechanisms and revenues. We did include in this budget workbook, page 19, the assessment, what a proposed 3% increase would look like. The district management isn't recommending an increase just because the reserve needed right now is only $350,000. We feel some of the funds are conservative. So actual numbers will come in fairly break even. We just don't feel like there's a need right now at this point to increase revenues on assessments. We've looked at the 5-year capital projections, which our capital looks like it's break even for the next couple of years as well, with the exception of some major projects like the pool, which once again that's contemplating some other outside funds, and the district clubhouse or district town hall renovations. But we did want to include this just so you saw what the increase would look like and what our estimated projection on revenues would be on that. We also discussed the recreation amenity fees. I'm not sure if we want to recap.
Just confused me. Are you recommending that we go up 3%?
We're not. We just want to show you what it looked like, but we're not proposing that we need an increase during this budget fiscal year.
Keep it flat.
Just keep it flat, correct.
I'm easily confused.
I know that we've kind of debated on that subject. It's similar to the golf fees. You know, we always feel like some sort of increase is always in mind, 1%, just to keep people in that habit because you go so many years. I know, but I think that's one of the benefits of living here at Sun Lake. Being able to go 8 years with no increase is a big benefit to our residents and still get the level of service that they're getting. I think that's just another big indicator of why Sun Lake is so special. As far as the recreation amenity fees, I know we had a little bit of a lengthy discussion on that. It wasn't a big general fund or a revenue, but we just wanted to see if we want to just revisit that. We still are. We've revised the non-resident rate, so we're requesting to leave that at the $9.50 higher rate, and then we're recommending to move the resident rate from the $225 for. We had two brackets: $225 for up to 100 people, and then $325 for over 100. We're just saying let's just do one fee, really, because we don't monitor or control the amount of attendance. And then we've reduced the deposits to $300 and $300 for both. So there's no objections to that.
Well, real quick, these fees are going to change based on the social membership idea that were proposed. So $10, if we go back to the previous screen. So
Pool facility?
Pool facility individual will be 60?
Yeah.
Is that what we're making sure we're agreeing upon that? 135 for family? And then non-resident, I believe I saw 2 or 3 memberships on the non-resident side.
And that's going to be a mandatory social.
It's going to be they're going to receive a resident card that will allow 10% off at the restaurant and at the pro shop as part of their membership fee. So the membership fee is going up, but there's additional benefit to that. So fitness corner will be 60.
So, and then we're already increasing the community center. That won't be affected by it.
Correct. That's not part of the social membership, correct?
Tanya, is there, I think I've asked before, but it seems like is there a way that non-residents, can they get a resident to bring them in as guests or something and pay? Because it seemed like the little girl that almost drowned, that they weren't resident. I mean, how do they get in here? Is it through a friend or?
They pay a non-resident rate.
Different rate, yeah.
If you go back to the
Okay.
Go back to the
Well, maybe that's.
pool right here.
I'm not.
We have non-resident rates for the pool.
Is it worth it since we're so full that we even have, or we have to, huh, because we took money? Because that seems to be, I mean, okay, never mind. It just, I mean, I was shocked that there was 6 or 7 of them in that group. And that's, I'm sure that's adding to the population problems we have.
I don't know if we can discourage that by raising the rate or not.
Yeah, that's how I was getting at. I mean, I don't mind if we raise that off the, I mean, if we're having a problem with too many people, that's the.
And we certainly can address that. I mean, the 2 and under is $3, 3 to 15 is 12,
So it's
16.
about 4 times higher now for a non-resident versus a resident. I think we discourage it pretty good now is what we do. I think they're slim.
It's
the ones
not
that
too
are
often.
non-resident. Yeah, it's not often. Okay. And especially the actual membership rates, $225 compared to $50 and $400 compared to $125. So.
Well, I meant for the single day.
Yeah,
that's what I meant, not the memberships. That's fine, but I'm sure these people were in on a non-resident single day. And I'm just, and the only thing is, if we're overcrowded, that's where we should look. I mean,
agree.
that's
So if I brought my grandchildren, would I pay the $3 or would I pay $12?
You pay the $3 because you're a resident.
Yeah.
You get a guest.
Even though they're not residents.
Correct.
That's correct.
and it's just something to look at, because if we got too many people
But you get that
there,
benefit because you have a membership.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get that same benefit if you were just a resident bringing non-residents in. You'd have to pay.
Okay.
So we're going to go ahead and just discuss the utility fund. We really didn't make a whole lot of changes in this fund either. First budget workshop, we proposed a $334,000 transfer in excess to the general fund. It went up $1,000. We made some subtle changes. The infiltration repair project, we discussed about that. It was a $250,000 project. We decided we're going to split that into 2 years. It really didn't affect the 5-year capital projections too much. So we did 125, so that increased 25,000. And then we made some subtle adjustments within repairs and maintenance and revenue projections in that fund as well. So overall, remaining pretty consistent. Revenues over expenditures of 335, which we're recommending to transfer out to the general fund. So just to kind of,
we're not changing rates.
we're not changing water rates. We're not recommending those rates just because, once again, we're only, with this budget in mind, we're only needing $335,000 or $351,000 to balance. We don't see any major capital expenditures coming down the next 2 years. So just based on those, our review and our analysis.
I know I said I wouldn't say anything else, but I got to tell you, I think we're looking at this the wrong way, because I think we're talking about a swimming pool. If you look at this thing, this page, if you look at 2023 and 24, we probably won't do that all in 1 year, but if we were, our reserves come down to $3.6 million. So I think now is the time to anticipate that we're going to eventually build a swimming pool and eventually possibly do irrigation and start saving for what do they say, saving for a rainy day? So if it was up to me, I would say, let's create an account, let's raise the water, or whatever it is, X amount of dollars, and let's put money into that account for capital projects down the road, so that when they come, we got the money, or at least we have part of the money. And that would be my recommendation, that we entertain that.
And Ray and I have talked about that, and what Omar is saying is that this time we don't need the revenue increase to cover the operations, but some sort of an increase that would fund a capital fund or a capital account is something that has been discussed in the past as well, and that is an option.
We should not be a bargain, and we are.
We should what?
We shouldn't be a bargain. We should have the rates together.
We're lower than anybody else.
We're lower than anybody else.
if the board would like us, we can bring forth a couple of ideas or proposals based on a certain increase. Here's the amount of revenue that we could anticipate, and if there is a request to do a capital fund or a capital account, do you want us to do that at the next meeting? We can just kind of show an analysis of what it would, if we increase the rate $2 per customer per month, you know, what that would bring in revenue.
I think anything less than that's foolish.
Okay.
You're talking about the water department?
Water department, yeah.
Well, I don't even mind assessment thing. If you want to go there, we don't have to pass it, but we need to have, we're going to spend some money, we need to have it.
From our perspective too, is once again, that's the only project that kind of sticks out to you. If you take that out, everything's break even for the next 4 or 5 years. So in my mind, I'd like to see the residents have a 3-year, 4-year special assessment for that capital project, and then it goes away, versus once you do this $2 increase, the chances of that ever going away, and we don't, where's that extra 200, 300,000 going once that's done? Do we really have an operational need?
We're having need for it, I'm sure.
Yeah, you guys, we had no problem spending the $500,000 from the Euro Fund.
Right.
That's been incorporated into expenses, and it's disappeared now. Now it's just part of our everyday operation. I would stay personally with the water and sewer rates, because if I remember correctly, the changes that you recommended would get us, what, $150,000 a year or something like that.
Yeah. So
we don't have to get the whole thing, but I think saving towards needs is important. To raise the assessments at this point in time, I heard a lot of flack about last year when we went up. What did we go up last year? 10%? Huh?
We went from 6.
Yeah, but it was 10% last year.
Something close to that.
5%.
It was. I can't remember. It was from $673 to $700.
Anyway, we heard a lot of flack about going up on assessments. I think you can get away with it on water bills if you do it smartly. Maybe we do some this year and some next year and get the money that way, so it's not shell shock to people who get their bills every month. I'm not quite sure the right way, but the key is, I think, to start saving for things down the road that we're going to need money for. That's my whole key.
I agree. Yeah. The issue for me with the assessments was you didn't go up for 10 years or some number, and then you went up 5% and everybody had a heart attack. Right. If you'd gone up 1% a year, it wouldn't have been a big deal.
Probably not. Probably not.
I never had one complaint on
I didn't either.
But I think we have to be careful on raising everything. We're raising memberships. I don't think we want to do memberships, water rates, and assessments all in the same year. That might be open for challenges. I don't know.
I don't disagree with what Ray's saying, and we all know that $1 increase on the water bill is way more significant than $1 on the assessment, so I got no problem with keeping the assessment the same, raise the water bill $2, but then I think next year we should seriously look at an annualized 1% increase in the assessment. I mean, that's what I'd like to see.
If we did the water bill, I would say we create a separate account and name it Capital Project Future. I don't know what we name it, and with the understanding that maybe we have to write this into the bylaws or something, that it can only be used for the purpose of capital projects, that it won't be used into the normal budgets, which is what happened with the Europe money. And that's where we made a big mistake there. So I'd like to avoid that mistake again.
Okay.
So $2 on the water bill gets you what?
About 100,000. So we have 3,600 meters times 2 times 12 is about $100,000.
We did 250 the last time, right?
Yeah, correct.
So we did maybe 250, 250.
250,
2 years in a row.
2 years in a row, so $5.
Yeah.
But in 2012, we decreased the water rates, and we're still not even to the point where we were in 2012.
That's what I meant. We're not even. We're not even.
We're not even back.
We took them down, what, $7? Isn't that the number we took them down?
It was 7, close to that.
Yeah, I think.
Maybe we look and go back up to that rate. Maybe it's 2 years to get up to that rate, like we're doing everything. And
If you guys just give us some numbers, whatever you think,
we can do that.
let us look at it.
So any final questions on I think we've all looked at this enough. We're at 351 total, and then what each fund is kind of bringing in. Any last questions on this budget, or what you'd like to see going into the next one? I know we haven't made a lot of changes as far as the general fund operations or utility fund, so I know a lot of it's been based off golf. So is there anything general fund or utility fund operations that?
If you go $2, that takes care of part of it.
So I guess one question with the $2 is, what we've done in the past is that $2 is going to make this number go up $100,000, which brings this down to $251. Do we want to make that part of this, or do we want to make that completely separate for accounting purposes and savings? Because once again, you're still budgeting to a deficit. It's really not a savings. You're just offsetting funds.
Well, Ray's idea to keep it separate, I like that. I mean, I do.
Money's money. I agree, but that's like putting $2 in to the price of a golf cart to pay for those dang GPSs we have. I mean, it's take it out of this pocket, put it in that pocket. You aren't worth any more than whatever you got to prove.
Here we go. I did find something. The base rate when we did the reduction went from $31 down to $23.75. So that's pretty substantial. The water base rate went from $12.50 to $5.25. So we got a lot of flexibility. Swimming pools are going to be expensive, and irrigation. One day we're going to have to do irrigation,
no question,
whether we want to or not. So now's the time to start saving for it.
I agree.
Just give us several options.
I'm pretty sure Earl told me we have to talk to Swift Mud at the end of this year for a new.
You talking about number 17 on Deer?
No.
What was?
About.
About water usage. Yeah, we're.
Yeah, I know.
Mike, you've had several meetings and phone conferences with.
And they really don't see a problem with renewing our permits and stuff. And I have actually talked to them a couple times already, and they're not about me with this.
Well, one of the issues with the new greens loops is we should save some water.
Right, and that's actually what we told them when we talked to them, and Earl's going to do a report of what he's done so far.
I guess
and we'll submit it to them.
The reason I bring it up is that they could push us to do more of the whole deal on Deer Run, because we'll save water by doing that, by not irrigating so much. Part of it's gamesmanship, if you will, but wouldn't hurt us to be looking at doing some more waste bunkers and some more stuff over there that we don't have to water as well. Semantics, but they are bureaucrats. Just so you know, that's in process. I didn't know that.
So we have to report all the water that we use as a district in addition to the golf courses on a monthly basis. So based on the meter readings, we have an employee, a district employee, that reports all of that for us. And we are limited to the amount of water that we can use, but we, for certain months that we don't use our limitation, we get credits. So those credits are, in the process of going through what we've used, what we don't use, we do have credits as well. So
it's only going to get to be a huge issue if we have another drought.
Sure.
We could talk about those golf courses being as great as they are all you want to, but if they come down and say you can only water the greens.
And they go downhill quick.
That's the biggest risk I see that we have. And that's weather related. There's nothing we can do about it.
Anything else from the board? Public comment?
Bill Norcross, remaining person from the community. That idea of having a dedicated fund for the swimming pool is excellent, because maybe you can have matching funds in a year or two coming from the government. And it's it's a good project, and make sure that I suggested having it on a sunset, so that you have 3 or 4 years to collect it, and then look at it again, all right, and vote on it again afterwards, all right. I just thought Ray was a little hard on Cliff here, not understanding the whole thing, but more or less the conditions here. It's weather driven, like Dan would say. It's weather driven here. We had a fantastic year this year. Fantastic, unbelievable. Is it going to be the same next year? Who knows? But it has to be. You cannot forecast that you're going to make more next year. You'd have to kind of like assume what you had last year, and this year is a plus. Next year may have to slide back. So I just try to understand that.
We're going to raise your dues $100,000 so you can cover. How's that? That's the dumbest statement I've ever.
Well,
Nobody does
I'm not
budgets.
privy to all the numbers. I'm sorry, but
Nobody does budgets based on weather. I'm sorry. Nobody. You show me one major corporation who does, and I'll give you whatever money you want.
well, I think they all do, because they assume
No, they
whether
don't, Bill.
you're selling something that will increase your amount.
You're right. I'm wrong.
Okay, so if they want to go up 10%, fine. But if weather is just, I'm telling you, this business is a lot different. Thank you.
All right, we're adjourned.